My name's host Eric, and I'm the host of Talking with Trans People. And I decided that, it'd be fun to title this live stream, Is This Old Man Secretly Troll Proof? Because I figure there's got to be no better way that I can think of to invite trolls here. Surely, if there are any self-respecting trolls out there who believe themselves artists in their medium, then they will show up to falsify any notion that I'm troll proof. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, but I did get some, and that's pretty good. It's going well today. Hi, Wreath 13th. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but I did get enough. I got like 5 hours probably. And that's sufficient sleep that I can begin the new day. Sirkin, what's your name? Now I have you up on the screen. I can read without my glasses. It's fine. So we'll have to see what the day has in store. Now, I'm not a troll. I'm troll proof, right? Is this old man secretly troll proof? More or less. But the reason I titled it that is because I thought there's no better way to attract a bunch of trolls here. Sirkin, any big plans for today? I do have some plans for today. I'm not sure if they're big. My number one plan for the day, hello the Blue Baron, is to, in fact, watch the NCAA March Madness tournament. The first full day of it. I think it starts about 10 a.m. And I do have another thing on the list of things to do. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to get it done, but what I'm smoking rhymes with schmarijuana. You should narrate audiobooks. Beautiful voice, I bet you can sing. I do indeed have an ability to sing. As per the following. La 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 la. Yeah, it's legal in California. There's weed stores all over the place. No matter where you are in the state, you probably don't have to drive too far to buy weed. You wish it were legal in the UK. I was talking the other day. That's fake weed, right? Roy Demia's brother. I'm not interested in fake weed. I was talking yesterday about how they no longer call it England or Britain. Everybody always calls it the UK now. When did that start? Here in Ireland, just breathing is barely legal. Ireland makes me think of the Pogues. They've got cars big as bars, they've got rivers of gold, but the wind goes right through you, no place for the old. When I first took my hand on that cold Christmas Eve, I promised you Broadway was waiting for me. You were handsome, you were pretty, Queen of New York City. When the band finished playing, they called out for more. Sinatra was singing, all the drunks they were swinging, and it on the corner and danced through the night. Meow, 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 meow. and the band was playing out for Christmas Day. It's a great song. I don't really like the Pogues in general, but Lullaby of New York is, oh my God, what a genius song. It gave me goosebumps just singing it. Yeah, God rest his soul indeed. Um, the lead singer of the Pogues died not super long time ago. Good morning, Inner Panic. Elaine, I am so glad that you yeeted something. Be loved, does God love you? I don't know, but I do. Papa Pine 69, you're back, huh? Well, let's see how we do today. If I remember correctly, the last time you were here, I ended up timing you out. But maybe not. Maybe there was a time before. But you've successfully made enough of an impression on me that I definitely remember you. You yeet in my direction. Cool. I like having things yeeted at. I know you didn't even do anything yet. That's why you're not in any trouble. I'm just thinking, okay, the fact that this name elicits from me, means he must have said something last time. I don't remember what it was you said, but um, it is 7:30 in the morning, Heather White. Mavis, good morning, daughter. How long has weed been legal in California? Many years now, actually. Quite a long time. At first, it was just legal for medical patients. So I got a prescription for it, or doctor's recommendation. But now it's for just recreational. Oh, yeah, you be patient. Good time, good morning, good sunshine to you. And I got to tell you one reason why it's a very good morning for me today is because I drank a cup of smooth move tea last night, and I woke up this morning and I've had two hearty poops already before I even started streaming, and my butt feels nice and empty. Right. Well, Wreath 13th, it is absolutely the case that trolls won't end up staying here very long because I'm more or less troll proof, right? But titling the video this should be sufficient to uh, draw out a fair amount of attempts at trolling me, you know? I would imagine. Was it a weird feeling when they first legalized it? I remember vaguely like the time when no, I'm not that troll proof. I'm only recently more troll proof. I didn't used to be very troll proof. I certainly am reactive and get mad at sometimes and stuff like that. But recently I haven't been feeling that. I don't know. So maybe I'm becoming troll proof. Hi, Mr. Kartoffel. Anyway, it's a question, Ivar, not a claim. Is this old man secretly troll proof? You can answer it however you'd like. I like how the channel went from a question about how to circumvent a troll to a tutorial on how to destroy trolls. I don't feel like I'm destroying any trolls. I just feel like I'm frustrating them probably. When I'm super happy and excited about life, etc., right, like right now, I really do feel pretty troll proof. It does work. It works great. Yeah, trolls can be fun, which is why I titled it this way, you know? Mr. Kartoffel, you can say whatever you want and then experience consequences if need be. Okay? I mean, I think it is always good to improve your troll proofness? Trollful proofness? You think it's safe to wear a mega hat in LA? Do you mean a MAGA hat or a mega hat? It's perfectly safe to wear a MAGA hat anywhere. I think people just give up, but pimps don't stop pimping. True enough about that, I suppose. Yeah, it's fine to wear a MAGA hat anywhere. It's just America after all. Despite the appearance of an extremely divided population and actual interactions with each other, nobody ever mentions politics. Nobody cares. It doesn't mean that people don't have strong opinions. There's a guy who's got a house that we pass every time we go to the post office or the grocery store, and he still has a big sign up on his house that says, "Trump won. You know it. I know it." And I shake my head every time I pass that and say, even if I were to agree in full that he should have won because he was a better candidate, which I'm not sure I do, but let's say I did, it is insane to think that he actually won. True, I come across so many diverse people and there's never a problem. I feel like the media is creating problems. Well, it's not the media exactly, you know? Oh, I sang a song to a troll yesterday with the line, "Destroy your ass with unending creativity." Well, sometimes I guess I can be a little cringy. It's not even exactly the media that's creating it, right? You've got a whole bunch of individuals in the population who are bought in wholeheartedly to this culture war shit in their political discourse online. Like, American Muscle here says Trump will win in November. I already know. I mean, you may know for sure that he should win, but for it's hard to say you know for sure that he will win. Well, I mean, the thing is, American Muscle, this is the kind of race we have for president right now. You've got a sitting president that nobody likes, but most people don't really hate that much. Even hardcore Trump supporters just say he has dementia, right? They don't think he's a bad person necessarily. Versus, and then he also has no big supporters. Nobody's a big supporter of Biden, obviously. Um, so, but then you have this section of the population that absolutely loathes Trump. Like hates him beyond all measure. So you've got two populations voting: people who vote for Trump and people who vote against Trump. It doesn't really matter who the other candidate is. Well, 3003 creations. I stand corrected. There are some people who say he's a bad person. Do not vote Vermin Supreme, okay? Vermin Supreme is just another form of cancer on the body politic. He thinks he can make a joke out of running for president and accomplish something. All he accomplishes is earning my contempt and disdain. You don't take our citizen democracy so casually as that. Well, he's an ENFP. TI Polar just dripping off of that fucking scumbag. Everybody gets a free pony. Why don't you be serious, you stupid fuck? This is like the country's future we're talking about, not a joke. For fuck's sake. I hate that guy. Oh my God, I hate that guy so much. It's like, I'm a serious thinker about politics. The best conceivable candidate the country will have ever had when I run the next election cycle. Probably won't win, but still the best candidate the country will have ever had. And I've been compared to this Vermin Supreme guy before. Like when my beard's longer and stuff. Fucking idiot. That's not a solution. You know, that's not anything except him being a useless dick. Yeah, in 4 years I'm running. Vermin Supreme, he's not really any party. He's like a joke candidate. It's like these nuts, you know. You know, what's his point? What is his point? That oh my God, thanks to Vermin Supreme, we're starting to realize now that our political candidates aren't that great because of his farcical pantomime of politics. No, nobody thinks that. Everybody thinks I like him because he doesn't take politics seriously, and we shouldn't because politics is shitty. Politics is shitty because we don't take it seriously. So, okay, I guess I need to put out some woodland cutlass. All right, squirrels. Here you go, squirrels. The rest of the woodland cutlass. I don't think the I don't think that the crows are going to peck at the cigarette butts. I have already watched you eat twice this morning. And I gave you good full watches too. So what's up with that, Mr. Kitty? What's up with that? Go ahead and eat. All right, well, I have to be in the kitchen. I just throw out the corned beef. We didn't eat really all that much of it, but the good news is the corned beef wasn't very expensive. It was on sale. We got a good price on it, so. So whatevs. There you go, starving children in Africa. My mom was one of the people who actually used to say that, you know. She talked about the starving children in Africa. She'd say, Eric, you don't waste food. Think about the starving children in Africa. Even back then, I think I probably thought, well, how are they going to get this food? You know, well, if you really care about them, you can mail them my leftovers. Like, how is that supposed to work, Mom? How is it supposed to work that whether or not I finish my food has some impact on starving children in Africa? Ooh, lordy. And grease from the corned beef off of my hands. Put this back in here. Fill it up with soap and water. Okay. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. I just got caught up in a little task there. Cleaning up some dishes and so forth. Outside. There's outside. It's on the other side of this wall. We try to avoid going there. Go complete your life duties. Yeah, finish your food, Trouble. Yeah, I wonder what parents in Africa say. Hey, you finish that gazelle steak right now. There are children in America who can't ever eat gazelle steak. That's what they tell their children. Except they say it like this. You eat your gazelle steak now. Welcome to Wakanda. I don't remember that, Ivar, but I appreciate the story nevertheless. I remember years back, some guy says, Ivar, you typed ESFP, was convinced he was an INFJ, make a second account called Rachel Hater to try to troll you, but then he sent one of the comments from the wrong account and totally outed himself. One of my favorite TWFP livestream moments was his blunder. What does that say? INSHNE? Einstein skulls? You racist. Are you saying I am racist, or are you asking me if I am racist? We all came from Africa, and we all moved. I wonder why. we didn't want a bunch of flies landing on our face. That's why. If you've ever seen pictures of Africa, you know that flies, they just land on people's faces constantly. Right on their lips, everything. Well, if Rachel was involved, it couldn't have been any longer than 4.5 years ago. Like, who would hate Rachel? Rachel is the least hate-worthy person I think I've ever met. And she's like, oh. Whatever shall I do? How could you hate her? Like last night, I asked her to make me a cup of smooth move tea. And a perfect example of that. Like, oh. I know how to make the boil water for a cup of noodles, but what about boiling water for tea? I don't know what to do. T.I. Polar is, T.E. Polar is absolutely adorable. And of course, she didn't do it right, by the way. when I got my tea, it had to be like 300 degrees. I had to wait a long time to drink it. She just put it in for the same amount of time as she puts in water for the cup of noodles, except the cup of water she had for my tea is a lot smaller than the cup she makes water in for the cup of noodles. So she didn't adjust the time, and as a consequence, uh, the tea was exceedingly hot. When you were in boot camp, Paris Island, South Carolina, the sand fleas would eat your face and burrow themselves. Burrow themselves in your screen? I don't think that's supposed to be screen. I think you might be voice to texting. And burrow, obviously not borrow, but I'm not sure what your screen is there. So I can't intuit what you probably meant there. So, but I know it couldn't have been screen. It sounds terrible. Sand fleas. You know, we're lucky in that the most irritating bugs we get around here are little face fly gnats. We actually don't get very many skin. I should have figured that. I should have guessed skin. Screen, skin, yeah. Sometimes my intuition is just not up to the task, I guess. Why do INFJs apologize a lot? Yes, they do apologize a lot. And, or at least Rachel does. And the reason is because FE tool, you know? It's like having an easy go of it with the FE stuff as an instrumental value. It means like they're always happy to have the other person think that they're the smart one, to have the other person win the game or whatever, because it's important to them and it's not important to the INFJ. So they just default to, I'm sorry, because they don't care. It's like they're not trying, they don't uphold as an absolute value, like looking smart, being the smartest one in the room or whatever. Ever watch Graham Hancock? Nope, never heard of him. It's spinning. I feel sleep deprived, but I'll recover. Oh, yeah. Here, Lamb. One of Rachel's absolute favorite questions is it okay that meow meow meow? Is it okay that I'm named Rachel? Yes, Rachel, it's okay. That is okay. She's, the bottom line is Rachel is taking longer and probably will take considerably longer than me to genuinely feel ownership of this new life. And it took me a long time too. She is very accustomed to being disempowered. And she assumes, accordingly, from a lifetime of experiencing this kind of shit, that somebody is policing her. There's not anybody who could be policing her than me. So she checks with the police officer if things are okay. I have to frequently remind her, I'm not your boss, Rachel. I'm not in charge of you. Of course, if I ever acted like her boss, despite the fact that she says those things like, is it okay if I ever, try to tell her what to do or try to act like I have any authority in those matters? She did not respond well to that at all. Okay, you know what? I'm going to listen to you, Reese. I'm going to add some concentrate to this bowl to make it a little bit extra special. Right. And the thing is, she can take as much time as she wants to feel secure because I'm I don't have any expectations for her. I'm perfectly happy with her exactly how she is, and I wish her satisfying self-growth to the extent that she seeks it and attains it. Great. If she stays exactly as she is forever, fine. I'm not I don't want her to change in any particular way. I don't think she needs to. I don't think she's too like up to. Is it okay? I'm fine with her being like that. I'm fine with her being exactly how she is. But I also don't have this thing like never change, be exactly as you are now forever. I don't think she smokes quite as much as me, but it's hard to say because when she hits her vape thing, which she loves her new vape that we got last time we went to the store, which makes me super happy. It makes me feel a little sad that Sleazy Juan just couldn't help himself for being such a sleazebag yesterday because I really appreciate his advice regarding that vape thing. We we went out and got one once he told me about it. But he did not like it when he lost the argument over whether or not I should get a new cat fountain. So he got really nasty. I think I just timed him out for quite a while, but yeah. I don't think I banned him, hit him, but what he said, I definitely could have. You know, who says that, right? Oh, well, Cameron was in the room and he said he was disagreeing. Sleazy One was like, you need to get a different cat fountain because those cat fountains that you have there is bad for your cats or something. And I was like, well, maybe I should get one. Okay, fine, I'll get him a different cat fountain. Right? And and then Cameron was like, you don't need another cat fountain. This that's ridiculous. Save your money. There are plenty of other water sources to drink from anyway, which is true. Sometimes they drink from the toilets. But anyway, then Sleazy One's like, who are you? Get out of here, you. You're just some random dude who comes in here just to disagree with people, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, he's not some random dude. He's a very close IRL friend. We go way back, you know? He's the guy who cleaned up the blood on the patio after my dad shot himself. And then Sleazy Juan said he he killed himself to get away with to get away from you losers. I was like, okay, that's extremely nasty. It doesn't impact me, but like it doesn't impact me emotionally because I've obviously done a lot of processing of that death in the year and a half since it occurred or whatever. I don't blame myself for it. Well, I don't think I'm not so concerned about it being so rude. It's just like he obviously has some sort of pathological inability to remain civil. I think he wants to around here. I think he wants to fit in. I think he's kind of I think it's important to him to have some kind of community that doesn't just wholesale reject him. But I don't think he can control himself very well, right? If he gets frustrated, I mean that's a sign of a low frustration tolerance and just hardcore reactivity, you know? I don't think he wants to be a spite monkey. I don't think he necessarily hates me and hates this place. I think he actually likes both things, but you know, some people do have kind of a pathological inability to handle um, pushback, criticism, losing something, etc. Losing some kind of conflict or something. Well, there's just certain kinds of nasty things that they cross a line. People say shit about Rachel. It crosses the line. They're trying to do battle with me, and that's where they should focus their efforts, right? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work for whatever reason. But to then turn their attention to Rachel when they can't when they can't elicit a reaction from me, that's just the shittiest of cucky weakness. Hey, smoking crack. Great job, Sean Ranklin. That is on our TWFP bingo card. When somebody comes in and says, "Are you on crack?" or other crack related things, you get to check off the crack box. In other words, your way of entering the room is a very common one. There's a whole set of ways that people come in to attempt to attack me. Elaine didn't get rid of Chris Chapman. He was here yesterday. So, crack is one of them. Papa Pine 69. I love to troll, but joking about a close death to someone is so weird. Once you go through it, you wouldn't wish it bad on anyone. I'm NGL. I did try to battle with you, but you've grown on me, old ass. Well, thanks, Papa Pine 69. That's really what I hope to do, Oh, I'm as chill as an ice cube, Sean Ranklin. I'm not saying they successfully attack. I'm saying they make the attempt. You might call it a jab instead of an attack. You might call it, a provocation, whatever you want to call it. But what I'm trying to get at is, unfortunately, you came in with one of the, you might call, failures of originality that qualify something for a bingo card. Grandpa, are you on crack? Did Grandpa lose his meds? Can we help remember all my the things we had on the bingo card? There's one of my favorite ones. I don't see that often. This is better. It's much less common. Is okay. That's enough YouTube for today. Ohio Skibbity. Oh right. Would you rather see the grass grow or a knee? That one. There's are you my father? Are you my grandfather? Meth addict. Are you okay? Time for bed, old man. What happened to all your teeth? Smoke more of your crack pipe, Gramps. Exactly. Right. Smoke more. So that would hit on two things on the bingo card because it combines two different unoriginalities. You look sad. Thank you. You look sad. Homeless guy. Government assistance. Are you lonely? Well, I'm not missing out. I've had crack before, Sean. I had a full night's experience of crack way back in the day. And um I haven't done it since then because I didn't like it. You stepped on a landmine today. You mean you got in trouble at work or something? Or you did something at work that you're regretting? Eric sits at home. Chat, you homeless? It seems some ask this as a way to like play games or diminish a person. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Like, are you okay? They appear compassionate. They don't even appear compassionate to me. I understand what they're doing. They're they're using uh, concern as a weapon. You didn't expose them. I've been very open and public about everything I've done my whole life. You remind me of Angus Young when you were shorts. Or you caused the trouble without knowing because of politics you were unaware of. Well, you can't blame yourself for that then. You know, um, it's called pathology. It's called, you could call it like poisoned pathology, right? Hey, listen, I'm really concerned about this old guy. He seems like he's losing it. It is such a privilege being in this life with Sean Ranklin. True hero? How about the truest hero? Yeah, that's what you should call that kind of shit, Hero Lamb and everybody else. You should call that poison pathology. Because they're just pathologizing you, saying, like, basically, there's something wrong with you. And I'm drawing attention to that, not by saying, you suck and you're shitty, but by pretending to be concerned about what's wrong with you. Oh, I'm worried about this guy. He sucks so much. Yeah. He was very much an interesting troll for as long as he lasted, right? He didn't there wasn't a lot to his script, but um what there was a script I had not encountered before. He had this strange obsession with how moderators were bad. And he had like 3 points. And I responded to all of his points, of course. He ignored everything I said, of course, and insisted that I had somehow not responded to his points. In other words, that I was just clouding the issue or whatever, even though I was responding directly on point to him. Like, his points were, one of the points was this. Well, that was one of his points, was that mods ruin chats because they are so, you know, timeout happy, comment removal happy, or whatever. And I don't disagree with the guy in general, right? I don't experience a lot of live streams of any sort other than me making the one I'm making now, you know. But nevertheless, I get it. It must be very annoying to have your shit comments removed, your chats removed, be timed out for borderline stuff, and it's just these random people who have all this arbitrary power. But the thing is, that's not how mods work around here. My mods are very different. For a long time, I didn't have any mods. Then I had Rachel as a mod. And now I have some mods, but almost all of them have been made mods because they wanted to put a link at some point. I probably didn't unmoderate them. Anytime a mod shows a tendency more than once or twice to overreach, I'll unmoderate them. My mods know that they're not really here to do anything. I'm not gonna make you a mod, Gift Gaff. Jesus. Gift Gaff got in trouble yesterday, but he's back anyway, see? Because while I'm sure that Gift Gaff doesn't doesn't like doesn't like how things went down, he probably also thinks, well, this stream is nevertheless much more interesting to engage with than any other stream I encounter. So he's kind of torn, probably. So anyway, I don't think much of having mods. I don't like having a lot of mods, and certainly I don't like the idea of a heavily moderated chat. But my mods know where my lines are, and I rarely have any problem. Like, and if a mod does, say, time somebody out for inadequate reason, I'm probably gonna be like, "What did you time them out for? What's that?" You know? Hey, everybody, check your bingo card. Panda Cake came in with an unoriginal opening. Who has growing knees on their bingo card? Panda Cake. So, like, I would time you out right now as a punishment for unoriginality. But I'm not inside, and I don't want to try to do it on my phone because my phone's too small. Throw some. Yeah! Yeah, it's any policing. Your boringness, lack of originality, Panda Cake, earns you a timeout. And it's not because anything you say is offensive there. It's because it's boring. I have heard it a million times before live streaming. 1 million people have come in and said that exact same thing. So be more original. This dude goated. Am I goated? I don't have any goats. I try not to eat goat because I don't think it tastes good. So I don't believe I'm especially goated. But I'm sure it means something other than having goats all over you. Some lady came here and put goats all over me. What am I going to do? Just brush them off. Oh, it was that easy, huh? Yeah, I don't even know how they were stuck to you in the first place. Goats normally don't stick that easily like Velcro. Slang is weird, man. Only recently did I know what gat is. Well, I tell you, if you want to be caught up to date, oh, that kind of goat? Oh, okay. I normally think of that as being in all caps. That's why I didn't understand it as such. Because after all, it is, what's that called? When you take the first letter of 4 words and make it into a word. What's that called? And then I forget what that's called. For example, in my life coaching course, you're going to learn about my simple model, goal. Okay? Goal. Just remember that. If you remember that, you remember everything you need. The G stands for goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. S, some more goals. By setting a lot of goals and following through and completing those goals, you are going to live the life that you want to live. It's all about the G-O-A-L. Acronym. Thank you. Okay, so persisting in contrafactuals about which somebody has already been corrected will get you timed out. Don't call me meth boy because I don't do meth. Listen here, Lamb. You know what I call that? I call that failure talk, okay? Because what you need is GOALS goals. I'm taking a text for a job today. Any advice? A test for a job today? Do well on the test. Actually, I do have some advice. Make sure you've eaten a good meal before you go take this test, because I one time had some great debaters who should have won the national championship that year, in fact, but lost in like octafinals to a scrub team. Jax and Alex were my debaters, and they were great. But what hadn't they done since breakfast? And it was like 6 o'clock at night. They hadn't eaten anything. I'm convinced that's why they lost that round. Yeah, YOLO, right? I mean, sure. If I had that, I would probably, if somebody came over and they like had that for whatever reason, I don't know why wouldn't really be super excited about having them over if they had that. But anyway, was like busted out a glass pipe. I was like, here, you want to hit this? I'd be like, I already am. you know, that would be how it would go. But I am definitely not seeking it. You know, I'm happy with my Adderall. However, bottom line is, in the right context with the right people I trust, etc., I probably would do it. And you know what else? I probably wouldn't talk about it. That one I probably wouldn't talk about. But although I have talked about the fact that I got these street Adderalls, and I don't know, this was about 6 months ago, and I think they were pressed meth. So in fact, I found one of those street Adderalls underneath this chair just in time to get this house ready for this home tour thing. Weren't you just talking about a debate? I talk about a whole lot of different things. I talk about life, the universe, everything. If you have any particular topic you'd like me to discuss, go ahead and broach that topic, and I'm sure to discuss it. Hero Lamb, I agree with you completely about that, like GOALS stuff. If someone's down in the dumps, the last thing they need is to focus on a huge goal mountain to climb. They're struggling with basic shit already, then their goal should be to be just kind of slow and steady with life, take life one day at a time and deal with shit as it comes up, and try to do self-care. Number of different ways to do self-care. Talking about Adderall and meth. Yeah, they're very similar. If you take enough Adderall, it definitely feels like you're on meth. The only difference is meth is methylated. And what that means is it lasts a lot longer. Although, I mean, Adderall also lasts plenty long. Clean your room, slay dragons, retain your semen. Everybody, hurry up and retain your semen. Actually, never mind. Everybody retain my semen. Caroline made a hilarious joke the other day. I was saying, like, people shouldn't retain their semen. She said, I tried retaining semen and it got me 3 kids. I thought that was hilarious. I still demand you to cover lol cows. I don't know what covering lol cows means. I'm pretty sure I know what lol cows is. It's just like kind of playing a frustratingly dumb character to elicit uh, frustrated responses from somebody. Simple girl, good morning, and how are you? Probably you better not bother your sister. You hear me? Anyway, I want you, Simple Girl, and everybody else here, Michelle as well, Wreath 13th. I want you to imagine that this morning's live stream is like a steaming plate of country biscuits and gravy. Okay? That's what I'm offering today. That much comfort. You're here to be comforted, and I am here to comfort you with my comforting voice, my general pleasant demeanor, and happy attitude that suggests to us all everything's gonna be fine, even me. Someone to milk for laughs. There's some interesting mental cases. Well, you actually don't really need teeth to eat biscuits. There are a lot of things you need teeth to eat. Biscuits and gravy is not one of them. Teeth, yeah, bingo. If you got teeth on the bingo card, let's get the teeth and the meth. Gift Gaff has provided both of those for the bingo cards. I gotta start writing these ones. I gotta write these down. I'm gonna make a list of these. Do we have a list of them? Okay. In fact, I think I'm gonna make it in the form of a bingo card. I may even try to get a straight edge here and be all fancy with it. Biscuits and gravy is right. Because life ain't nothing but biscuits and gravy. Okay. So, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines for 5 columns. Okay. Now, meow, meow, and meow. Meow and meow. All right. bingo, bingo. Now I've got my grid here, my bingo grid, and we are going to just write the words in one at a time that I have here. We've got math, teeth, we've got old. Okay. I think we can say old slash grandpa. Okay. Old slash grandpa. Oh yeah. So Lost meds, I'll put as a separate one. Yeah, Ohio. Skibbity. Right. Is that your daughter? Are you okay? Um, I'll put Giat and Skibbity in the same box. Skibbity slash Giat slash Riz. Okay, they're all in the same box. So far, we've got these ones here. I'm edging to this right now. Edging. Mewing. We've got edging and mewing. Okay. Jesus stuff. I'll put in a box. Okay. Jesus stuff. We could also, slash Muhammad slash, we'll make the Muslim and Jesus stuff in the same box. Jesus God stuff. Okay. Just speaking Russian. My girlfriend wants me to bring her pants to work from home. What in hell is she doing at work? I don't want to know. Mims for Life says troll proof. Um, I, I'm not sure really if I am or not. It's a question, right? Hello, why do we look the same? Were we twins? I don't know why we look the same. No, we're not twins. Hitler equals INFJ? Maybe. Um, what else do people say? Oh yeah, homeless. No, thank you, Big Lenny. I appreciate the suggestion, but I'm gonna pass. Um, hmm. What else do people say to me? Um, no, I'm not putting. Have you read my email? That's good to know, Winston's mom. That the etymological root of lol cow is like cash cow. In other words, it's you're milking the person for laughs, for lols. Did you know that Hitler didn't die in World War II? Neither did Joseph Mengele. They actually ended up in a base in California, China naval base. That's an interesting notion. I've not heard that before. I ripped my pants. Speaking of pants, I think I need to poo before I poop my pants. I guess it's not really speaking of pants, it's just what's happening is underneath my pants. That smooth move tea I took last night really worked. Oh, bald. Bald's a pretty rare one. I don't get that one that much, but I do get it enough, I think, to put it on there maybe. People do come at me with baldness periodically. Oh, I forgot about knee growing. That's the growing knee. And it also includes Nick, last name either Gur or Kerr. I think, we could also put in that same box, like Anita Dick in me, you know? Don't forget about pedo. I'll get called that periodically. Oh, gay. Don't forget about gay. All right. That was a good pooping. How about get a life? I get that sometimes. Not sure if that deserves to be on the list or not. Oh, I didn't put crack down yet. FV caps? I don't know what FV caps are, but I did I did drink Smooth Move tea last night. No, I didn't wash my hands, Michelle. I probably will wash them in a little bit. But I like to wash them in the kitchen, not the bathroom, because I don't like the soap in the bathroom. Um, Operation Paperclip was the program that moved Adolf Hitler and Joseph Mengele to Argentina. Don't forget Chubby Chaser. Oh, right. Okay. Well, that'll get you timed up for sure. So, attacking Rachel. Rachel Rachel's actually the one who reminded me to put that on the list. Rachel body shaming. Yeah, and that's what I call cucky weakness, right? Like when somebody's extremely weak, like Gift Gaff, and he can't get to me directly with anything he says, then he uh, then he starts attacking Rachel. So, and that'll get him timed out for sure. Probably should get him hidden, but hmm, I'll let it play out another day or two, maybe. He'll be back, I bet. The thing is, he should ideally, if he were smart, try to preserve his ability to stay here and not get banned because he obviously likes it here. I don't chase boners either, for instance, Mom. So either way, that would qualify as gay in that instance. We've got quite a few things on the list now. Well, at that time, Michelle Way, Rachel was, um, she and I were both engaging in some unhealthy behaviors in the immediate aftermath of my dad's suicide. For her, one of those was like basically binge eating, having an unhealthy relationship with food. But it's a big difference between how she was then, which was very, very heavy, um, versus just like normal, fat and happy, right? She's not fat. I'm not saying she's fat at all. I'm just saying uh, she's bigger than she was when I met her, obviously, and that's fine. There is a cat, indeed. Am I a female? Um, no. Hey, you got to ban yourself now. Time out, mister. I'm not banning myself. I didn't do anything. But Michelle, thank you very much for bringing up that extremely sensitive topic. I mean, uh, Michelle. Well, my second wife was fat when I got her, and she more or less stayed the same amount of fat the whole time. No, Michelle, I mean, you were right, actually. Um, well, gift gaff, if you're going to call my wife a fat chick, there's something wrong with that, okay? You don't need to be commenting on her body. Certainly not in a insulting way like that. And every time you do, you will be at least timed out, and soon enough, you will be. There we go. Ooh, right here. Got it. Pat up. That'll get you hidden immediately. Hi, Hakem Husni. How's it going in Malaysia? Welcome to America. Here, well, people have called me lots of things. You know what, people of the state of California, my father's suicide was a bit of an exception, okay? It was shocking to me, but it shouldn't have been because he tried to inform me that it was coming for many years, actually. That's how he was going out. And when he did shoot himself, it was because he had basically lost everything that mattered to him. He just had bad COVID. He lost his eyesight because of a failed kind of eye fixing operation that actually made things worse. So he couldn't read. He was almost completely deaf. He could barely watch TV. He had broken ribs. He couldn't walk around the block even. He tried taking the car out and crashed into the gate. He had lost his wife because she had just been put into hospice, right? Like, it seems like it shouldn't make a difference. It was, to me, it was obvious the whole time. Like, my mom's gonna, you know, die in the next 6 months or so, probably. And so the fact they put her in hospice and that means that she had formerly had 120 days left to live. That really impacted my dad a lot too. It's like he was somehow in kind of denial about it, I guess, until that news had been heard. And yeah, he no longer had any control. He's had complete control over everything in his life, actually, but he didn't have control over his physical facilities anymore. And so when he shot himself, it was self-determination. Okay, sure, I'm sure it was done in a period that involved great suffering as well, but for him, suicide was not primarily about unhappiness. It was about determining his own end. I don't think it was a mistake for him to do that at all. And, you know, it took me a little while, but not a long time, to fully affirm his decision. He made the right choice, and he hated the hospital. Didn't He was terrified of hospitals. Didn't want to be in a hospital at all. Didn't want to be. Didn't want to have the slow dwindling, undignified death of my mother. My dad was a veteran, yes. He could have done it in a more peaceful way. I mean, I'm not going to tell my dad how to kill himself. If that's how he did it in a way that was like he did it in a part of the yard where it would be safe to do it, and like the bullet wasn't going to go anywhere bad. And additionally, that it would be easy to clean up. He was that kind of guy. He did it early on a Monday morning, so because we already had a family meeting scheduled for Monday evening. So I guess he figured, well, Delilah will be here anyway. He probably did not understand how it would just rock all of us to our core beyond anything, right? But it was still the right decision. I'm glad I got to deal with it, frankly. I got to watch my father die. I got to see his death rattle on the ground. I got to watch him bleed out, from the back of the head. And not many people get to have that experience, I got to experience death up close and personal. While concurrently not being responsible for it at all, and concurrently not witnessing any suffering, really, It was crazy. It was crazy. Because, like the cops came and we never even saw the gun. I did not know that my dad killed himself until I was being hustled down the driveway by the cops, and I heard one of them say gun. And I'm like, gun? Did he shoot himself? They probably said, well, what do you guys think happened there? Because your dad's lying there with bleeding out the back of his head, and there's a gun nearby. What do you think happened? But we never saw the gun. It was like in the shade or something, kind of in the bushes a little bit or something. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where it was. I never saw it. But yeah, car for an edit. I wouldn't have picked it up. I don't think. Yeah, they ran a gunshot residue test on both me and Rachel. We were temporarily, for a little while, homicide suspects. But hello, Mr. Na 777. Well, people of the state of California, I loved my dad very much too, despite the fact that he was quite a dick by the end of his life. You know, my mom's dementia. Once he had to move my mom to a nursing home, that he got pretty just like nasty about everything. He really needed my mom. Without my mom, he was lost. I mean, surprisingly, not for quite some time, but spiritually he was, you know? So the thing is, obviously it was upsetting. I spent a lot of time in the last year and a half thinking about how I failed him as a son towards the end of his life. But I was there, you know, I was present and available for whatever he needed. He just didn't like to reach out to me for much because he was extremely controlling. He didn't like to relinquish control over anything. Anything he wanted me to do, I'd probably do it wrong according to him, or he'd give me a task and then interfere with my ability to do it the way I want to. So, he was difficult, So, but regardless, I've dealt with all that guilt and processing of that stuff basically at this point. I no longer feel that much about it. It's like I did what I did. I was who I was, you know. I did the best I could, I guess, at the time, knowing what I knew then. Yeah, let's change the topic. I agree it's a depressing topic. Eric, I do that with my son for homeschooling, but well, I mean, if you're teaching somebody, that's fine. But like I'm talking about shit like my dad would say, "Okay, son, I want you to take on the task of getting your mother's haircut. Find a haircutter that's gonna do the job and then take her in and get it done and stuff." I said, "Okay, fine." I'd tell him like, just if you want me to take care of some stuff, Dad, just delegate it to me. I'm happy to do it. And I said, "Fine." And then like before the day was even over, he had gone down and talked to the barber that he wanted to talk to and set it up. So now it was just an errand I ran, right? It was no longer he had delegated something to me. It was frustrating. How was your day today? My day was great. So far, great. We look alike. Good for us. All right. My dad never remowed the lawn. He would not let me finish until it was done. I mean, I learned early on. I don't remember how young I was when I started having to mow the lawn, but I learned early on exactly how to mow the lawn, and I mowed it exactly that way every time. Yes, I did read about that boy Klaus. I read about it. Hey, here we go, Steve Milton. We got you right here. Homeless. You're the famous person, Steve Milton. You are. Because you're talking with me. And that's how you become a famous person. I talk with famous people all day long. We're all on that board. You mean this thing here? What I want to do is put down all the things for a. All right, yeah, we can. I'm gonna actually. I know you don't mean it insultingly, the Blue Baron, but I'm gonna put it down here because I get it this way: is do you have a job? I do not really have a job right now anymore. Um, but what Rachel and I are doing, and I do need to do. I mean, the thing is, what I've heard is that multiple sources all say Otani doesn't gamble. Multiple reliable sources say Otani doesn't gamble. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on besides that, but I actually don't think Otani was the one who made the bets. So what I used to do for a job was I was a competition flow debate coach, a private debate coach. I had my own debate school for a while, and I was a director of a very successful school before that. And before that, I was a coach at a private day school, like a regular private school, full day thing. Um, okay, well, I'm going to get back to that comment, that boy Klaus. That's very interesting. Okay. Um, because if that, okay, I'll deal with it right now. Because that would mean he's in violation of the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law, right? So, I agree that he probably did know all about it, and what the interpreter first said was true, but and what he's saying now is not true. But regardless, that's letter of the law, not spirit of the law. He's just trying to pay off his friend's gambling debts. I wanted to know what you thought about the idea of making it mandatory for high school students to take a year of college during their senior year of high school. I think it's a terrible idea because, I mean, the only good thing about it would be hopefully it would convince students that college is useless. But what they should do is get rid of school entirely. They should just we should just have like parents should buy education a la carte remotely by a free market of teacher a pool of teachers. As a former private debate coach, running a private debate school that parents had to pay for out after the free school their kids got, right? To be successful at doing that, you have to actually be very good at your job. You cannot just waste their time. If somebody's paying a lot of money for extra lessons after school and be part of another class, it can't be like an actual class in regular school where they just watch a movie sometimes or sit around. It has to be purposeful. And in my case, you have to win debate tournaments. You got to win a lot of debate tournaments. They got to see their kid progressing from, say last place to middle to almost winning to winning. They need to see that, or else you're not going to have a client anymore. So education is like anything else. The teachers need to be subjected to free market pressures. You made some money on Colorado over Boise State last night. The result didn't surprise me. I expected Colorado to win that game. I watched Colorado lose to Oregon in the Pac-12 title game, and they actually looked quite good. I mean, if you're a private teacher, right, you're working in the free market economy, selling extra classes to parents who are frustrated by the lack of quality in the classroom and day school, then you have to not just be better than day school, you have to be better than other private schools, private teachers. So I worked at a school where we just did grammar, Samuelson grammar, and he was top notch at what he did. And we, I, I wrote The Orderly World of Grammar based around his teaching technique. It's basically his thing, except I'm meow, 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 meow. In other words, I'm writing the specific words and stuff. We just have certain limitations, like we can't have roulette tables unless we're an Indian casino. We use cards for roulette. There's different rules here in California for gambling. Yeah, we can't really do sports betting. I mean, you're not dealing with Chinese tiger moms then, and Indian tiger moms from India. I mean, if I were to bring up, maybe I could find it somewhere and bring them up. All my pictures from my debate tournaments and stuff, you'll see that like all of my students are Chinese. Like every single one, except maybe like one white kid. What's a legendary school? I, you mean like what's a legend? Okay, I mean the first school that comes to mind when you ask that question actually is Gabrielino High School in San Gabriel. It's a legendary speech powerhouse. They have been they have been a speech powerhouse, not in debate events, just in speech events, for years. I would call them a legendary school, Gabrielina High School. Peninsula is a pretty legendary debate school. Also, another LA school is super high achieving in debate. Scott Wheeler, my former assistant coach, is the head coach there. He won national championships. Yeah, I don't think he's won TOC yet, but um, anyway, that school has a long history of being really successful in debate. If that's what you're asking about, like what kind of schools are legendary at that? Um, I don't remember the names of all the ones from out of state anymore. There's various powerhouses from Texas and New York, and powerhouse programs. Ekaterina, my name is Eric, and it is spelled ERIC. Your name's Ekaterina, and you are not Eric. You're spelled ECATERINA. Yeah. Did I ever work at any inner city schools? Only at the beginning of my career when I was working as a substitute teacher for special ed. Ah, pedo. You got pedo. Check it off your bingo card. Well, Michelle, I was talking about powerhouse like high school programs, not colleges. Colleges, there are no powerhouse college programs because college debate's weak compared to high school debate. I mean, Harvard's fine. Like debate at Harvard is fine, but by and large, debate in college is a much lower level than debate in high school. Do you know Robert Noyce? Hmm. Name sounds kind of familiar. Robert Noyce, nicknamed the mayor of Silicon Valley, was an American physicist and entrepreneur who co founded Fairchild Semiconductor and Intel. Good for him. Good job, Robert Noyce. Good job making microprocessors. Well, I mean, look, here we go. We got it. Japobo, thank you for the bingo card. Right here, I've got it. People come in. These are unoriginalities that people come in with to bore me with. So, of course, boring, unoriginal people get timed out around here. You get a wonder point for that hilarious joke, the Blue Baron. Robert sounds really nice. Gaming Gods is back. Okay, well, Michelle Way, I bet you're wrong. Okay, I bet you're wrong about that. Okay, fair enough, that boy Klaus. I was just talking about debate powerhouses. As far as college debate powerhouses, you got Harvard and Yale probably, and that's about it. Because Debating in college is dumb. No reason to debate in college. You reach the absolute pinnacle of it at the top level of high school debate. It's only people who like to debate but weren't that serious about it who normally do debate in college, because for the serious people, it's a step down. The amount of competition is so much smaller, you know? It's like the number of people, fair enough, that boy Klaus, fair enough. And maybe I was implicitly conveying that I thought you were disputing me. Oh, cool. You should join her Instagram group. You should tell her, congratulations, Laufey. You made the Chappy Tracks playlist. You should be very proud of yourself. Well, that's dumb of them. I encourage, I encouraged right from the get-go my daughter to be as tech wallowy as she could. Not that my encouragement had anything to do with it. Like, you think when you have a kid, like, I'm going to shape my kid. You're not going to shape your kid. Your kid's going to be how they are, and you're going to be like, and say, but Delilah, I'm trying to explain to you, you don't need any makeup or hair stuff or anything. And what is she going to do? She's going to say, yes, I do. Shut up, Dad. You don't know. You're a boy. That's exactly what happened. Ya girl is back. Ya girl is back. It's good to see ya girl, because ya girl is back. Welcome back, ya girl. We're making a bingo card of all the things people do when they come in and either try to shit on me or just say some random shit or whatever. We've got so far meth, teeth. Oh, I never put crack. All right, we're one square closer to a full bingo card. Meth, teeth, old grandpa, lost meds, Ohio, skibbity gat riz. Is that your daughter? Are you okay? Edging, mewing, Jesus/God stuff. Homeless. This one. Growing knee. Nick, last name Gurr. Oh yeah, well I enjoy the haters. That's why I put this title is this old man troll proof. I was hoping it to elicit some takers, you know, some trolls to come in and try their hand at it. What is the worst state to live in the U.S.? I don't know. I'm sure maybe California is not a great state to live in, but but where I live is fantastic. Okay, right, yeah. X for an edit. X for an edit. Well, I mean, the whole West Coast, the cities are struggling with this substantial homelessness problem. And because of the way the laws have been interpreted, uh, there's the burden has been placed on large municipalities to provide housing for homeless people. Unfortunately, that obviously doesn't work. You can't have this kind of unfunded mandate to municipalities. Do the gritty. Thank you. Do the gritty slash thug shake. I'll put those in the same box. Okay. Do the gritty slash thug shake. Or maybe I shouldn't put them in the same box. Do you think I should give them different boxes? I don't know if I should preserve more boxes because I've forgotten some, or if I should use the rest of the boxes. We'll just leave it like that for now. Thanks, Yagoro, for encouraging others to subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is, in fact, now, once again, for the first time in years, a goal of mine. I do have a goal of getting to 100,000 subscribers, at which point I would get a physical object in the mail from YouTube. And it wouldn't be like getting something from eBay, like a box of live cockroaches, or a book on surviving the death of a spouse. Skibby Sigma is not really an attack on me. I'm just gonna leave Sigma off. I could put it up here with Skibbity Gat, and Riz. 2 dances, 1 box. Okay, fair enough. We'll leave them in 1 box. I trust your judgment on these things, Ruben. You're wise in the ways of bingo. We just need 5 more. I wish some people would come in and shit talk me so I could we could hear some other ones that maybe I've forgotten. Come on, haters, come and attack me. I need to be reminded of your ways. All right, I'll just review the ones we have just to keep it in our heads. Meth, teeth, old/grandpa, lost meds, Ohio, Skibbity Gat Riz, is that your daughter? Are you okay? Edging, mewing, Jesus/God stuff, homeless, growing knee, pedo, gay. Oh, I forgot about stop smoking. Oh, yeah, what's on that plate? Stop smoking. C. Smith says, I love that Ohio is an insult. I'm not sure if it's an insult. Also, what's on that plate is not an insult. Some of these are attacks on me, and some of them are just regular things. Jake from State Farm, we got you right here. Crack on the bingo card. This is the bingo card of unoriginal things people come in and say. People who don't have anything interesting or worthwhile to say. They'll say one of these things as their first entry onto the channel. So anyway, I believe let me see where we left off. We've got homeless, growing knee, pedo, gay, body shaming Rachel. Do you have a job? Crack. That's the one you hit there, Jake from State Farm. Congratulations. Expert edit. Oh, he mentioned teeth too. He's a double unoriginal. I got time for your meds. Lost meds. Yeah, lost meds, time for your meds. You're troll proof? I guess you're the Sofa King, aren't you? I don't know if I'm the Sofa King or not. I don't know if I'm troll proof. The title asks a question. It doesn't make a statement that I am troll proof. The Lua Loser. No, mistyped is not going to go on here. Okay, mistyped is not going to go on here because that's too specific. I'm talking about these are usually people who come in who maybe never encountered the channel before. They've seen the live on the shorts feed. They've decided to drop in and dump a load, and they do this. I feel so bad for you. That's not on here. It's kind of in the realm of are you okay? But oh. Well, that is you know what? You get a uh wonder point for that because I did not know that reference. So you won that exchange. Congratulations. I'll keep that in mind for next time. That is at least the first time anybody said that to me. So, you know, it's original. So I don't have to worry about timing you out or anything. Do you have sick hat? I don't know what that is. Do you think a British person with a stereotypical British accent who has an average to slightly above IG would do well in the USA? Yes. Americans love British accents. Americans think, oh, well, you can trust this guy. Listen, he's from the UK, obviously. He's fancy. You ain't got to worry about him. Listen to his accent. You'll also be brow deep in pussy. Okay. Women, if you're a dude, women love guys with British accent. I don't have cool hat. I'm waiting for, yeah, blink twice if you need help. Blink for help. We're definitely put that one there. That was a new one today. No, not one of those glasses. Uh, I don't hear racist very often. Probably not often enough to put on the card. We only got 2 squares left to fill up, though. We're doing great. Hmm. Well, I don't have bald on here. Should I put bald down? I think I should put bald. It's hard to be racist, the Blue Baron, when you are fluidly transracial like me. So we got just 1 square left to fill. 1 square. I think I'll take a picture of this when it's all filled up, and I will upload it to the community tab. But I think I'm also going to photocopy it so that I can. Then you could print it out too. Well, we'd all get bingo at the same time, unfortunately. Clout chasing narcissistic dirtbag. I've not ever heard that before today. But thank you, Michelle. Apparently, when you're trying to come up with insults of me that you think will stick, clout chasing narcissistic dirtbag comes to mind. And that's fine. We just need one more. The thing is, once we get it like this, then really what I need to do is make smaller cards, right? That only have some of these things on it. Yes, I've been to the UK. I've been to London. I've been to Stratford upon Avon to see a Shakespeare play. It was a long time ago. 1 square for the bingo card, Sean. So far on the bingo card, we have meth, teeth, old/grandpa, lost your meds, Ohio, skibbity, gyat, and Riz in one box. Is that your daughter? Are you okay? I'm edging to this right now. Have you been mewing? Jesus/God stuff. Homeless. Would you like to watch a knee grow? I did see a few English people, yeah, just a few. And or Nick, last name Gurr. Pedo. Gay. Rachel body shaming. Do you have a job? crack, keep crack's a hell of a drug. You shouldn't hit that. Say ooh woo. Ooh woo. I agree. Yeah, I got car for an edit. Okay, so hold on. Let me finish what I got so far. Racial body shaming. Do you have a job? Crack. Or something crack. Using the crack part. X for an edit. Do the gritty/thug shake. What's on that plate? Stop smoking. Blink for help. Bald. And could be, I think, ooh woo. Yeah. Say ooh woo. All right. Here we go. We have got it. I'm going to take a picture of it. I can't. I'm using my phone now to live stream. So that won't work. Let me see what time the basketball games start. They start at 9 or at 10. 9:15. Ooh, it's about to start. First one is an 8 versus 9 matchup of Michigan State versus Mississippi State. Then Duquesne, I think it is, versus BYU. I'm interested in seeing BYU because I actually have BYU picked as one of my national champions and going quite far. What's the bingo for? Oh yeah, I watch World Cup soccer. I'm a absolutely rabid World Cup soccer fan, men and women. I will watch every single World Cup game. So mwahaha. The bingo card is for what people say when they come in when they're not being original. They either say, many of these are attacks on me, right? Like meth, teeth, old/grandpa, lost your meds. Some of them are just things they say, like Ohio or skibbity get riz. Is that your daughter? Referring to my wife. Are you okay? Edging, mewing. Jesus/God stuff. Homeless. Nick, last name Gurr. Pedo, gay. Body shaming my wife. Do you have a job? Are you smoking crack? X for an edit. Do the gritty/thug shake. What's on that plate? Stop smoking. Blink for help to Rachel. Or bald. Or say ooh woo. Hobo. Hobo Cash Casio. You got it. You got it right here. We're going to go with homeless. I can put a /hobo there. Thank you. Bam. Excellent. Thank you, Mwahaha. Oh, shut up. Right. I forgot about that. People just come right in and say, shut up. I don't know where to put it. I could put it with say ooh woo. Well, I think I'll need to start a list of potential additional words, okay? Oh, Walter White, right. Thank you for that one. Thank you, Mwahaha, about the voice acting thing. I appreciate it. Shut up. Stop talking. Putting this on a list. And L Riz. Yeah, we have Riz on the list as well, Cash Casio. Thank you for saying I'm goated, Crocodile. Walter White. I'll get that. Especially if I'm wearing my black hat, I'll get that for sure. W Riz. Right. Well, we want a lot of terms that could be on this, okay? And then we want every card to have not all of the terms on it, right? Well, maybe it's possible that I could riz up your bed, but it's definitely the case that I'm not going to. Thanks, T. Smith. That's very pleasing to hear, right? I don't think that, yeah, Hit the Bong with Me is definitely a popular one. Drake Ford says, "What's on that plate, bro?" You mean this plate? Who has what's on that plate? Anybody? My voice is W. Thank you, Crocodile. That's because I went to Lady Ellington's voice talking school. Do you sometimes feel like a pencil sharpener? No. What's on that plate is marijuana, also known as a one-way trip to Loser Town. Don't smoke that dope, okay? Don't become a loser. Remember my simple model. It's a simple word. It's called an acronym. I learned this earlier. I remembered it earlier when somebody told me. Goals. G, goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. S, some more goals. Hey, what's on that plate? What's on that plate does sound like the name of a game show. You can't get double points in bingo, Sean L. That's not how you play bingo. These things aren't worth points. You just either get it or you don't. It's a set of binary options. You either have this one or you don't. Crocodile says, "Bro, you are the goated skibbity toilet rizzing giated gigachad narrator." Bingo. Bingo. I can sing. Would you like to hear me sing a song? I will sing a song for you. Viewing audience, please enjoy this song with your enjoyment bone. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for listening to my song. Maybe I'll play another song now. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back at to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Bum-ba-dee-da, ba-dee-da-dee-da, ba-ba-dee-da, da, da, da. Okay, one more song, and then I'm gonna put it down, because that felt good too. I like playing the guitar sometimes. It feels like, I don't know, soothing or something. Soothing and satisfying, like juicy fruit gum. Pia, 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 pia. Okay. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue, tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope up is in charge today, options at large shows other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go, and they will start to grow. More years ensue, and tears gnashing through. The whole slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. And when the slope up is in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Look at me go. I'm like a real musician. I feel like I almost am like a real musician these days. I always thought I was somebody who liked to play music and make music, but I never really felt like I was very good at the guitar. These days I feel like I'm pretty good at the guitar. Although I still mess up, you know. Thank you very much for everybody who stuck around and listened and responded in any way, shape, or form. I greatly appreciate it. That's one big leg up that Rachel had when I was looking for a new girlfriend was she already liked my music before I even trying to get on her at all or even thought about it, you know? That was very gratifying because my ex-girlfriend before Rachel, she hated everything I did. She hated my music. She thought it was all terrible and cringy. So, you know, not ideal for your girlfriend to do that. But, no, I never viewed myself as a socialist. Never in a million years did I view myself as a socialist. I'm 6'5", yeah. Well, thanks, Michelle Way. I appreciate that my music is good for walking dogs. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you. Well, I think she just spent most of that relationship implementing the following notion. Eric needs to be taken down a notch about everything. He needs to be taken down multiple notches about everything. He is not nearly insecure enough. And she did successfully, you know, make me feel insecure or like hit me in my insecurities or whatever. I don't know, Rubinar. She liked Kings of Leon. So I kind of hope she didn't like my music. She did like some good things, but. What gender is a croissant? French. I don't know if you're probably actually right on the money there, but that doesn't make me happy. It's like I don't wish ill for her. She had BPD, you know. Had a fucked up childhood. I certainly don't wish ill upon her. Sometimes I feel a little mad at myself for putting up with that for 2.5 years. Just this relentless attack of me in all manner of way. I just was convinced I'm more stubborn than she is. I'm going to win. I'm going to break her until she learns how to be a good debate partner, a good relationship partner. I'm going to model the behavior and concurrently not stop hammering on her wrongnesses until she changes. Well, I got some news for you. She was more stubborn than me, and there was no way in hell I was ever going to change her. Thanks, Mwahaha. I appreciate that. It's a lovely day. It was wonderful to be outside. It's just like the last couple of days. It's got this great temperature where it's cold when you breathe in the air and it smells all fresh and mountainy. But it's not that cold. So like I got tatami slippers and no socks on right now, and it's fine. In other words, the air smells and breathes colder than it is. That's some kind of phenomenon that happens on a really nice weather day. Good morning, trees. Good morning, little stream. Good morning, birds and squirrels. Hello, squirrels. If you want to meet Danny Glover, you got to meet Mel Gibson. One of them is your lover, the other's just a friend. Okay, between Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, you choose. Which one do you want as your lover? Which one is your friend? Be gentle, Mel. This is my first time. Hey, you're 52. You're 52 years old. How can it be your first time? That's my imitation of Mel Gibson. Well, I mean, it's my first time taking it up the butt. Oh, I see. Well then, rough and relentless it is. Or is that more Russell Crowe? Or is it more nobody at all? Probably it's nobody at all because I can't do an imitation of either Mel Gibson or Russell Crowe. I can do an imitation of Itchy from Itchy and Scratchy. She's a beautiful lady. That's a pretty good imitation of Itchy. I can do a decent Jordan Peterson. Cause this work needs to get done. And that's what I say something. If you get out there and you get that done, I mean, that's really something. Who else can I imitate? I can imitate like the Mexican ladies that I used to work with at the county. Cause I went to college, okay? So I know what I'm doing. Who are you to tell me what to do? You're not anybody. You're nobody. I don't remember them ever saying that to me, but it's the sort of thing they'd say. I went to college, okay? I got my college degree. I'm educated. You're just being ignorant. So the Mexican ladies that I used to work with at the county talk like that. I don't know. Variations of that. Here's my imitation of a Chinese woman on the phone. 你好，对对对啊，对啊，拜拜。That's it. Chinese woman's phone call. Just one side of it. Just one side of the phone call. I can't do a Chris Rock impression. No. It's the real deal. I can't do Christopher Walken. I wish I could. I can't do Lebowski. I've only seen that movie one time. I don't even really remember how he sounds in it, but I can do Jack Skellington. Why does nothing ever turn out like it should? I sing that every time some shit like, oh, sorry, we can't get there today. We'll have to come up tomorrow. I know you had stuff planned around this. Why does nothing never turn out like it should? Well, I did my best, but I love that movie. Got such a great soundtrack. So Rachel and I booked our hotel for Bend, Oregon. How far away from Portland is Bend, Lou? Oh, the Mel Gibson phone call. What's he talking about? You talking about Danny Glover in the phone call? You're a good girlfriend, Elaine. I can tell. This hat goes well with this shirt. Maybe not quite the same blue, but very close. It's a few hours. It's conceivable we could go up a day earlier than that, even, and like go above Bend, maybe even all the way to Portland. This hat is not for sale. This is a signed Johnny hat. Okay, I got this at the San Luis Obispo show just this past fall, and it is my most pimpinest of all hats because even though I don't really like baseball caps that much, but it's a signed Johnny hat. It's the same hat he wears in the videos for the It's Always True, Never Fair album. JAWNY Johnny. I'll put a link to his YouTube channel here. His newest album, It's Always Fair, It's Always True, Never Fair, is one of the, I would say definitely the greatest album of the 2020s. I mean, of the 2000s, from 2000 to 2024. It's only 3 hours, huh? Okay, well, we're going to have to see about scheduling a visit to you if you feel like having a visitor. You know, if you don't feel like having visitors, we won't be insulted. Don't worry. Here's a link to Johnny's YouTube page. You might be able to buy one of these hats. I love the Beatles. Yeah, I love the Beatles. Beatles are fantastic. Well, you're going to have to get on 5 to get to Portland at some point, right? Bend, Oregon, I believe, is near the lava tubes of Oregon, which my friend Chris Morrow and I went and spelunked when I was like 18. All right, cool. Well, we will either do that after the show. The show's on a Tuesday. We got a hotel for Monday and Tuesday night in Bend. No, I don't like Iron Maiden. Run to the hills, run for your life. Malfunctioned on you, Paige. I don't know what that means. So we could go up there, stay Wednesday night in Portland, possibly. Or I'm inclined to stay maybe half an hour south of Portland, to go into Portland to visit you, but not stay in a hotel in Portland. Yeah, while we're up there, we might as well. You know, Rachel, it's only 3 hours from Bend. Oh, cool. Up and over Mount Hood. That'll be fun. Wu-Tang Clan's okay, I guess. For a kind of self-indulgent East Coast rap, I guess it's okay. Oh, well, that's a very kind offer. Maybe we will take you up on that. And obviously, we hope that at some point, Lou, you're going to get time off work or something that'll allow you to come stay with us for a bit. I'm hopeful that I may be able to get some different drugs and stuff at the LCD Sound System concert. Oregon's pretty decriminalized, so LCD sound system's kind of like a rave band, so, maybe. Well, that smooth move tea has worked beautifully. I have pooped a lot of poop this morning. This is my third poop, but none of them have been little tiny poops, so I obviously have a backload. It's clearing out. Like the A's from Oakland. Wonderful, wonderful pooping. Pooping, wonderful poops. Always pooping your poops. Making sure they're very good poops. Wonderful, wonderful pooping. Such a fabulous poop time. And now it's wonderful pooping time again, my friends. I'm pooping with my butthole. Just let it come out. Hey, now I've pooped. Let's shout. I don't know if a lot of you know this, but when I was a child, starting in third grade, I was in an organization called the Pasadena Boys Choir. And in that organization, we sang songs at like weddings. We had performances in it was just for mostly just obviously friends and family show up, but we're open to the public, the performances. But mostly what we did was weddings. They hired the Pasadena Boys Choir to do weddings, I guess. People did. I imagine that's how it happened. But, you had to pay tuition to be in the boys choir anyway, which was fine. I'm not complaining about that. But I was singing so much at school all the time, from even just preschool, kindergarten, that my third grade teacher said to me, "You have to join this thing. You really need to join this." And I did. And when I went in for the tryout, I remember trying out, and Mr. Bamer was very pleased with me right off the bat. He said, "Can you match this pitch? Can you match this pitch? Can you match this interval?" I could do all that, no problem. And he was like, "Wonderful. You're definitely in." Because they had tryouts, because you obviously can't get any tone deaf people in the boys choir, or people who have really bad pitch. You can only do so much to train it. But my pitch was always quite good from the get-go. One of my earliest memories is of me being violent. It's not my single earliest, but it's among the early ones. I was driving home with my neighbor across the street, Chad, in the van, in my mom's VW van. My mom was driving, Chad's mom was in the passenger seat, and Chad and I were both in the back of the van. And I was singing a Christmas song, and Chad started singing a different Christmas song, preventing me from singing my Christmas song. And I hit him over the head with a rock that we had in the back of the VW van. We used to take it to go to the beach, camping, whatever. I guess there was a decent sized rock back there. And I hit him in the head with it to make him shut up. And they had to take him to the hospital and get stitches. He deserved it. I knew how to protect my boundaries back when I was a kid. I understood. I'm singing here, not you. Singing this Christmas song, not that one. If you do not comply, I will bash you over the head with a rock. That was preschool. I took singing very seriously at a young age. You know, my first favorite song was the Tigger song, which I loved. I still think it's a great song. The wonderful thing about Tiggers are wonderful things. Their tops are made out of rubber, their bottoms are made out of springs. They're bouncy, chunky, 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 fun, 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 fun. But the most wonderful, wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I even still remember all the words. When you think about that. Pretty good. I guess I used to listen to that Winnie the Pooh album just over and over and over and over again. And then when I was quite young, I discovered my dad's Beatles albums. And just like Rachel did, I had a young childhood indoctrination in the Beatles that stuck with me my whole life. So I still remember many or most of the words to many or most Beatles songs. Although I didn't listen to all of the albums. I never got into the super early albums. When I was a little kid, I just listened to what I liked, right? So I really liked Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band as an album. I listened to Revolver. Magical Mystery Tour I liked a lot as a kid. I skipped certain songs, you know. The White Album, I think I got into a little bit older than some of the other albums. My dad had a huge record collection, 99% of which was pure garbage. But he did have a few good things in there. Because he collected jazz records. It didn't even matter. It would just be like, if he recognized the name as a famous jazz player or something, he'd buy the album. He'd go to the swap meet and get LPs, you know. He had a massive record collection. And it was all garbage. Because he had bad taste in music. Except for the Beatles. Now I am going to wash my hands this time. Big Dog Mofo, I don't know if you knew this. I guess it's perfect weather here too. So good job, Florida. Good job, California. I actually mailed out your thing yesterday. I put it in the envelope, put the address on it, put stamp and 2 stamps and return address on it, and I was like, all right, tomorrow, next day, or whatever, we'll go into town, we'll mail these. And then the mailman lady drove right up and took my mail. So I didn't have to go to the mailbox at all to put it in there. So it's on its way. Yours and also Sean L's daughters are both on their way. Yeah, Miss Scoliosis is on her way to you. Try not to rub your junk raw fapping once you get the picture, okay? Try. I know it's going to be hard, but try. Because she is one sexy mama. I believe she's the only soulmate that's reclining on a chaise lounge. The concert, I believe, is May 14th. Do the Cotton Eye Joe dance. I don't know the Cotton Eye Joe dance. Is it like this? Oh, oh, I've got cotton in my eyes. Oh, oh, I've got cotton in my eyes. I gotta get it out because I'm Cotton Eye Joe. There we go, there we go, there we go. Is it like that? I'm guessing it must be. From your lack of response, I'm guessing yes. All right, now I got to turn on some basketball. There's just no getting away from that. Thank you. And I was doing that before even Dat Boy Klaus said that. All right, so Michigan State is whooping up on Mississippi State now. I want to watch the BYU. How do you say that school's name? Duquesne? Is it Duquesne? I think so. Wow. So what I'm seeing here is Duquesne now up even more. BYU. Oh, rejected. Okay. Oh, I filled out 25 brackets for both the men's and the women's. So yeah, I got all the brackets done. I got it this morning and finished the rest of the women's brackets. Concert on May 14th. Yes, we're going to the LCD Sound System concert on May 14th. And it's in Bend, Oregon. It's called the Barely Tour, I believe they call it, because they're only playing a few places. So that's pretty cool. Rachel loves that band. I like them too. I'm really looking forward to doing I did the Cotton Eye Joe dance. We'll have to include that on the grid here. We've got to do the gritty, the thug shake. I think what I may do actually, in order to have more terms and fill up like multiple cards, I'll probably separate out these ones that I have in the same boxes now. But obviously, this is an important project, something that we need to get done. So, got New Mexico over Clemson. In a substantial number of my brackets, yes. With the power of Giat, I bestow upon Charlie ultimate alpha status. However, with the following caveat, my bestowance thereof can only work if the soil of the bestowee is sufficiently fertile. Okay. You got to enter a spiritual chrysalis first and emerge a Giga Chad. I am not troll proof. Okay. Thank you for answering the question. I was just curious. I didn't know. Somebody had suggested I might be, so I figured I can ask, and that will probably attract people who disagree with the notion. Oh, I am a Giga Chad. Oh, okay. Giga Chad, but not troll proof. Okay, put those down. Don't need to play with those anymore right now. Right, basketball. That's what I'm doing. I'm watching the game while looking at the chat. I need to bring up the chat in a separate window, like meow. And I need to make it small, like meow. It's too late to see that I am a chicken. Huh, wonderful horseshoe. As great as the Beatles were, Mr. Presley was better and more charismatic, just my opinion. I haven't listened to much Elvis. But what's in the bowl beside me? This plate? What's on the plate? Is that you, Michelle, who asked that? What's on the plate is on the bingo card, by the way. What's on the plate? It's right, where is it? Right here. What's on the plate? That's weed. Facts don't care about your feelings. Well, what does care about my feelings, Michelle? Does anything care about my feelings? Surely something must care about my feelings. My feelings are important. I'm glad to see BYU managed to put 5 points up on the board. All right, bring up the chat. Listen, Michelle, the tenderness of my moisture requires a lot of care. Thanks, Lou. Can you play a Would You Rather game with me? Sure, I'll play that with you. Would you rather care about my feelings or not care about my feelings? I look like Tommy Lee Jones. That one's got to be on the list. I get that fairly often, actually. Tommy Lee Jones, number 4. Thanks, Gift Gaff. Number 1 life advice. Don't solicit life advice from strangers. That's my number 1 life advice. Tommy Lee Jones. Let's write that one down so I don't forget it. Actually, my number 1 life advice depends on how old you are and what you've got going on, right? But I would say it's generally good advice that can universalize pretty well is if you're young, try not to make any big decisions that stick you in one place or one path for a long time or permanently. In other words, don't get face tattoos, don't get married at 18, etc. You can always try to preserve agency for your older self. I also have, for men, especially out there, some pretty straightforward advice. Name a card for an edit. It's right here. It's on my bingo card of things people say. If you have those barber clippers like this, that you like, I cut my own hair and beard. I put the number 3 thing on there and just do the whole thing all around. If you have one of those, don't try to shave your junk with that thing. Okay, do not try to shave the hairs off your balls or whatever with it. If you touch your scrotum skin with that thing, it will make a cut on your scrotum. It happened to me, and I never do that again. How about 28 to 35-year-olds? Well, it depends where you are as a 28 to 35-year-old. If you feel like, God, how did I get locked into this hardcore career track? I feel like I've never doing anything but working, blah, blah, blah. There's one kind of advice. If you're like, I feel like I got failure to launch syndrome and haven't accomplished anything, it's another kind of thing. I mean, there are things worse than a nicked sack, but if you have an easy way to avoid that, which I just provided, don't use those kind of clippers on your balls, then definitely avoid it. Okay, definitely avoid that. It's not something you're going to seek, right? You should have come a week ago. Yeah, I could have informed you a week ago. I need a beverage. What happened to my iced tea? I could have sworn I had a new iced tea. I must have left it outside. Well, marry your ass already. Impregnate her. Fill her womb with your festering seed. What's an ollie go wrong? What's an ollie? Well, if you're afraid of both success and failure, then you just have to stay constantly in the planning stage. Oh, an ollie, that kind of ollie, skateboard trick. Yeah, well, this family friend of ours, my family's, his name was Andrew Tesker, probably still is. He had an accident doing like bicycling stuff, I think, or I don't know, where he had to get his emergency surgery on his balls, but they saved both of them. But then later on, years later, he got in a motocross crash and he's paralyzed from the waist down now. So, yeah, Rachel and Eric are the perfect match. She's a woman, I'm a man. We love each other. We have the same taste and stuff. You know, everything's perfect. Getting your bell end caught in your zip takes some beating. Yeah, that would be worse than just nicking your nutsack, I think. Because then you got to unzip it, right? At least there's no extraction process when you nick your nutsack with clippers. Panda Poet says, Snowman meme with a dream. Ice Network's official meme coin with over 2.2 million followers gets you a little early fun bag to hold on the Bitfruit exchange before it makes other exchanges. Well, I don't unapprove of unsolicited crypto advice. I don't think I have a fear of success. Um, like I might have concluded that during one. Well, regardless of whether it's a bot, my point is I don't necessarily disapprove of unsolicited crypto advice. Although I would suggest that meme combat is a better choice if you're going to go for one of those kind of things. But anyway, what was I saying? Something very, very, very important. Yeah, it's good when the refs stay out of it. I don't like a foul plagued game either. So what was I gonna say? What was I talking about? Oh, right, fear of success. There have been times when I've seen the channel experience growth and then not persisted in that kind of thing. Say Type Police is an example, but there have been other examples of that too, where something's working and I stop doing it. It might have been plausible, in many of those occasions, to hypothesize that I'm somehow scared of success. You know, that's why I don't keep doing the things that work or work for me or whatever. But that was never really the case. I was never scared of success. I think what it boiled down to was I uh, I always understood, to some extent at least, what I was going to be able to sustain and what I wasn't going to be able to sustain. I tried to sustain Type Police as much as I could. I determined that I sort of ran out of good channels to go at, and also that it was very like emotionally intense, you know? People responded with such a lot of intensity and dragged me into that as well, you know, unavoidably. So I was I was just kind of always aware that this isn't gonna work. I can't make these things forever. I don't want to. It's too much work. It's it does help the channel, but not enough to um like to justify all the work. There's a little bit of long tail sub stuff that happens that people can find old videos and decide to subscribe to the channel. But as I mentioned before, to the extent that a subscriber is going to be truly valued by me, it's going to be a subscriber that wants to watch my live streams, that has subscribed to my live streams, and that's the content they want. Because that's the content they're going to get. if they subscribe for something else, it may be a limited idea pile, right? Like for example, if I'm doing typology stuff, there are only so many typology videos I could make. I could make shit tons of them, and I already have, but there are only so many that pop as ideas that are going to get a lot of viewership, garner new subs, etc. Um, and I was kind of resigned to the fact that just live streaming, uh, apparently there really wasn't any way to gain any new audience members doing it, but it's what I wanted to do. It's what I feel like doing, you know? Now, all of a sudden, wow, I'm getting subs doing this. That's unbelievable, right? Because it wasn't that I was ever scared of succeeding. It was that I just wanted to succeed without having to do any work. I mean, that may sound ridiculous, but that's what it boils down to. I always wanted to succeed, and I always felt like it would be wonderful to be successful, but I just wanted to be successful not doing anything that required any work. And I kind of resigned myself to, well, that's not going to work, obviously, Eric. If you want to succeed, you have to work. And resign myself to, well, that then, Eric, you just have to come to terms with the fact that YouTube for you is just for shits and giggles. That it's never going to have any practical benefit. It's not going to grow or whatever. And you just keep doing what you want to do and not what people want, and continue to just be stagnant at 8,500 subs or whatever. And that's just how it goes, and that's how it is, and that's okay. But instead, all of a sudden, now, or at least for now, at least for right now, because YouTube may change things up again. You know, they just introduced vertical live streaming. They may be promoting it extra much or something. But for now, I'm able to garner a lot of subs just doing this. And this is not work at all for me. This is what I would be doing anyway, even if I weren't seeing any new subs. I'd probably be doing it less than I am now because it's less interesting when there's only familiar people. I don't get any new faces, no new voices, and it's more fun when the chat's more popping in general and more shit's going on, stuff that I can respond to, you know. So I would be doing it less, but it would still be my primary mode of YouTubing. I'd probably be doing more shorts if I weren't experiencing success with live streaming, but giggity meow. You're feeling pretty called out here? Called out by whom? About what? Richard Skeen. Come on, man, you're a YouTuber. I am a YouTuber. What are you saying, come on, man, about? I'm excited that the channel's growing. I'm saying that for many years, for at least several years, well, I had a warning on my channel for bullying C.S. Joseph. That may have been partially, that may be partially responsible for some kind of suppression or something, but um, I was stagnant for several years. The channel was just basically stuck between 8,000 and 9,000 subs since I got that warning, basically. And the warning dropped off now, though. They finally decided, okay, you can get this warning off your channel. It's not stuck on you forever, which had been their policy previously. so yeah, I felt like I was YouTubing because I'm a YouTuber, not because it had any productive benefit to me, any practical benefit, not because it had any growth potential or anything like that. Because after a few years, you get pretty convinced. Okay, I guess this is as big as I'm gonna get. You know, like this is as many people as there are in the world that are interested in me. But now, these days, right now anyway, for the immediate future, maybe not any further than that, but and for the relatively immediate past, it's a totally different game. It's like all of a sudden, now I can do what I want and feel like it's useful in some way, at least benefiting the channel. So obviously that's going to encourage me to do it even more than I would otherwise. Do you hang out with the squirrels? I don't get too close to the squirrels. You know, you want to talk about a squirrel lover. Lou here, she's able to feed them from her hands and stuff. These squirrels, they're not that friendly. They do come out and stand on the wall and look at me. And sometimes, like as they're on a branch, they'll pat their little foot on the branch to tell me, "Where are our cutlets today? Bring out some sunflower seeds. What are you doing? You're just standing there. We don't even have any sunflower seeds." And they make me feel very guilty. And then I get them some sunflower seeds. Hey, grandson. Bingo. Bingo square. Yeah. I think from now on, when somebody hits a bingo square thing, I'm just going to say B6 or I-17. I'm the same with squirrels and many animals. My wife calls me Snow White because birds just come and land on me regularly. Oh, that's wonderful. Any good advice for people who would like to learn to write short stories, scripts, or songs? Yes, Richard Skine. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Richard S. I'll call you. I do have advice for all of those things. First of all, if you're talking about short stories, if you're talking about prose, fiction prose, the critical element is to deal with two components, pacing and balancing the different kinds of prose. Different kinds of prose are narrative, dialogue, internal dialogue, and description. Okay, so the problem that most writers have writing fiction prose is that they have too much narration and or description and too little dialogue. Internal dialogue is a little bit different. Like you can or you don't have to necessarily have much of that, but you'll generally have at least a little bit, and that gets played out in certain specific ways. You know, you could say like Judy thought meow meow meow, but really because it's internal dialogue, it's always going to be paraphrased. Like Judy thought about Bob's tendency to meow, or did Bob really believe in Sasquatch? Wondered Julie. Those kinds of things are internal dialogue, right? But the key thing to making prose fiction pace quickly is to have dialogue overweighted in that equation. Now, if you're talking about a script you're writing, well, that obviously is all dialogue. And I don't have really any advice for that because I've never written a play, a screenplay, or anything else like that. When it comes to writing songs, I have one incredibly important piece of advice that everybody should hear who wants to write songs. The parts you come up with, or that sound like you've heard them before, but you haven't heard them before. You can't say what song you've heard it before on, but it sounds familiar. Those are the parts you keep. Those are the hooky parts. And your goal is to be both hooky, intuitively resonant and familiar archetypally, and also surprising and new. That's a tricky thing to pull off, right? And I've written hundreds of songs, but I only ever play a small number of them, a dozen or so, because those are the only ones that are good enough. Depending on how you, what kind of intuition you're using when you're making stuff, you may have to go brute force style like me. You have to basically write every mistake you can before you figure out how to do it. Well, but hopefully you don't, you know. The fact that you're asking questions about it is incredible. That's going to improve. If you're interested in learning from things, then you're going to improve dramatically. I had an INFJ friend that I picked his mind about how to do things like that all the time. Formulate the song around the hook is a good piece of advice as well. Mike Jones says that, and I agree with him. You're about to go catfishing in your pond. I wish I had a pond. You know, there is a little lake back here in this neighborhood, but it's over there. I'm pretty sure it's private property. So I'm not entirely sure though. Can I do a backflip? No, I definitely cannot do a backflip, nor can I do a front flip. If you catch a catfish, are you planning on like deep frying it or what? How do you cook your catfish? I don't really like catfish all that much, but sure, no problem. I appreciate you asking for input on that subject. I think that's amazing. Like, how many artists do that? Almost none. How many artists ask other people, how do you think you go about becoming a better artist? Almost none of them do. That's an incredible thing to do because it makes all the difference in the world. If you're trying to learn how to do your art or craft or whatever better all the time, then it doesn't matter if you fail now. It's part of the learning process, you know? You're having a fish fry. Cool. That sounds like a fun video. Uh, we don't really eat any fish, but we don't have catfish around here. If I were going to go fishing, which I do like to go fishing, and I have gone fishing up here before. Next time I go fishing, though, around here, which who knows, maybe even tomorrow or something, it will be at Lake McClure. I'm going to go to Lake McClure. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. I totally feel you. It's like I know the struggle. If you're intuitive enough to know what's good and creative enough to want to make good stuff, you've just given yourself this incredibly one of the world's most difficult jobs and one of the world's most important jobs. If you can write a genius song, it'll be remembered forever and appreciated by people forever. Why don't you go sit by the river? You mean my little stream down there? uh, that little stream is not big enough to have any fish in it. It doesn't have any fish at all. But Lake McClure has like trout, bass. I'm not sure whatever else is in there. Funny road joke. How many guitar players does it take to change a light bulb? 6. 1 to do it and 5 to watch while saying, I could do that. She'd say, I could do that better. Hey, Michelle Way. Homesteads can have internet too. He has a bunch of guinea pigs running in wheels generating electricity. He's woven some reeds and vines into DSL Ethernet cables. He just has DSL because, he had to make his DSL modem out of fish bones and pyrite. Wow, Duquesne. Look at you go, hitting that 3. Don't upset BYU, Duquesne. I don't have you really on any of my brackets hardly. Maybe like 1. All right, there you go. Get that rebound, BYU. Look, I even have you as one of my national champions. My lowest seeded national champion is BYU. I have them a 6 seed. I don't have anybody else lower than a 4. I am 52 years old. My wife Rachel is 39. My daughter Delilah is 25. My cat Capillo is about 8 or 9 years old. Our town is so old the mailman walks around to deliver mail. That's not that uncommon, actually. They had walking delivery guys in Laverne, where I used to live in LA. Yeah, Trouble, unfortunately, probably is immortal. He has cat AIDS, but I'm sure for him it'll just be the elixir of eternal youth. My cat has AIDS, but I love him still. And don't you think too, the AIDS isn't that bad? It's part of the song for a public service announcement regarding, it's called Stop Asian Hate, except instead of Asian, it's Stop Hating Cats Who Have AIDS. The Wednesday Dance is on the movie Wednesday on Netflix. Do y'all know who Wednesday is? The movie Wednesday, I mean, like, is it about Wednesday Adams? The Rain Dance is in Africa. Do y'all not know who Asamale Kakakakakalo? I don't know who that is, no. There's a lot of rain dances. Native Americans do rain dances. I do rain dances periodically. The difference is when I do a rain dance, it rains, okay? I'm not going to bother doing an unsuccessful rain dance. You watched all of them? You mean the show Wednesday? We did watch a couple of episodes of that. Hoogie Gland. Anyway, we're talking about my amazing ability to dance rain into existence. It's not easy. It involves dancing with feet, hips, hands, shoulders, neck, everything. Everything's got to be precisely danced out, or else the rain won't come. I can demonstrate part of the rain dance now for you, but I'm not going to do the whole thing because then it would start raining, and I don't want to disrupt the weather patterns that much, you know. I try to let other people have their rain too. So, the first part of the rain dance is I'm not going to give you any more than that because it could cause a global catastrophe if everybody knew this tech, started using it. The weather patterns of the world would be changed dramatically. Polar ice caps would melt. The equator would become the North Pole. It would be terrible. Everyone would constantly be struck by lightning. Everybody's constantly being struck by lightning. I don't want to go with you there because everybody there's being struck by lightning. You want to go with me to, a lightning place? Why would I go there? So we could get struck by lightning. Why would I want that? So you can get that cool pattern of scars on you. Yeah, it's classified rain dance, right. I did, technically, I guess I just kind of illegally released some classified information, but don't tell the Pentagon, please. I promised not to share that with anybody. Also, I came up with a recipe for an incredible biological weapon that could take out all of China in 2 days. And it's made out of just, and you'll be surprised, but it's just a few ingredients. I'll tell you three of them. I'm not going to tell you the fourth one. It's got honey in it, wheat flour, salt, and one other special ingredient. But and it's something you can commonly find in the kitchen. It's ketchup. Oh God, I said it. Anyway, I'm not supposed to reveal anything about that because that could, if you mix those things together that I just said, consider yourself, your whole neighborhood is going to be gassed to death shortly because it releases the most pungent but concurrently odorless gas. It seeps into everybody's body and causes them to melt. Doctors have classified it as unknown melting disease right now. Yeah, pungent and odorless. Exactly. It's a colorless, dark red, odorless, pungent gas. It's about 10 times as powerful as cyanide gas in killing people. Just one part per 100 billion is enough to kill an entire city. So that's why I don't do tech. I don't work in bio warfare anymore. I just like, you know what? I cannot in good conscience continue to make stuff that's 10 times as deadly as cyanide gas at half the cost, a quarter of the cost, a teeny fraction of the cost. You can make it just out of shit you got in your kitchen right now. They're trying to hush it up. A lot of people don't know this, but one of the leading causes of death in America is mixing the wrong vegetables together. You put Brussels sprouts and asparagus on the same plate, that creates a poison that causes all of your organs to fail simultaneously. And it happens just seconds after you put the two things in your mouth. A lot of people don't know that. What if I were to put this inside a model rocket and add no parachute? Well, actually, ironically, this recipe I have, it becomes inert at a certain elevation. Once you hit 5,000 feet, it becomes inert. You should be scared of vegetables. Exactly. Cruciferous vegetables are called that because you will die on the cross of vegetables if you're not careful. In contrast, you can mix any two meats together and it's fine. In fact, if you mix three meats together, it can counteract one bad vegetable. So that's why they sometimes serve peas with food, you know? I thought of a joke the other night in bed. It was a terrible joke, but I'll tell you anyway. How many peas are there in Mississippi? None. Mississippi doesn't eat peas. Yeah, I did it. I went there. I actually thought that in bed the other night, and it made me giggle a little bit. Mississippi doesn't eat peas. Well, I don't know. What made me think that in bed the other night? What was I possibly thinking about that caused me to think that joke in bed. I don't remember the context at all. Duquesne is still up by 3 points. BYU has closed the gap 33-3. I suspect BYU will win this game. Duquesne is living on those 3-pointers, though. They are living and dying. They will die by the 3-point shot as well, unless they stay hot all game long. I'm much more interested in this game than the 8-9 matchup. Ooh, Creighton versus Akron. I will tell you this. Put Creighton on upset alert. Creighton is overseeded at 3. They are not a 3 seed in my opinion. Hi, Rio. Welcome back from your nap. So now it's 38-30. Duquesne. 3-pointers put up by BYU clanks off the front iron, of course, and it's halftime. All right, halftime with the Cougs down by 8. That means it's probably time to go to a different game while it's halftime. That is perfect for one of the "my boyfriend is out cheating" memes. Cuts to Eric sitting on the toilet. Mississippi doesn't need peas. Doesn't eat peas. Mississippi doesn't eat peas. Of course, Missouri eats corn and crystal meth. I was thinking you could do any other kind of word that has peas in it, but Mississippi is the one that came to mind. Because everybody knows how to spell Mississippi from childhood. They memorize Mississippi. At least we did when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that that closed captioning on the TV was wrong. It said he was talking about one of his players, said he's a Pittsburgh Steeler, so he's going to steal the. No. He could not have possibly said he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. That doesn't make any sense. All right. He's not a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's a Duquesne, whatever they are. Name all 50 states of America. I don't think I could do that. I could probably name like 35 of them or something. I don't have them memorized. I can name one state, Delaware. I realized when I was having a nap, some of my pillows were on the floor. It must have been a good nap. Yeah. I actually got a decent amount of sleep last night, despite it being the first day on. Everyone forgets Maine. You know, everyone remembers old Mexico, but New Mexico gets lost in the shuffle. All right, Alabama, Arkansas, California, Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, New Mexico, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Virginia, West Virginia, North Dakota, South Dakota, Delaware, Maryland, Maine, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Wyoming, Hawaii, Alaska, Montana, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Florida, Pennsylvania. Did I say California? California. How many did I name? Did I name 50? I would have forgotten Maine. New Jersey. Thank you, Rachel. New Jersey. I think that's all 50. Yeah, that's all 50. It's close enough. I really want to play Oregon Trail. I want to play the Oregon Trail I played on the Apple IIe. A real old school Oregon Trail. just text. Maybe there's like super primitive picture that's rendered in the kind of monitor that just had green and black. We had one of those before we got a color monitor. Oh yeah, thank you, 39. Don't get suffocated by your blanket. People are way too trusting of their blankets. I've noticed that. Your blanket can try to sneak up and kill you at any moment. Well, looks like Mississippi State is coming back a little bit. I want to check out the Creighton Akron game as well. Okay. So in this Creighton Akron game, first half, Creighton's down by 3. Now it's tied. The thing is, as I said, put Creighton on upset alert. I don't believe in them as a 3 seed at all. Opposite with BYU. Put them as a deep advancing 6 seed, even though they're down currently at half. I have confidence BYU is going to win that game. Now, regarding this Michigan State Mississippi State game, it's wonderful to have super fast internet. I've got 200, 200. I've got a game in one tab playing, a game in another tab playing, and I'm live streaming, and I have the chat up. You have a blanket with all your chickens on it? Well, I would say don't use that blanket for yourself. It's probably covered in chicken shit. Yeah, I am multitasking. I'm not sure if watching basketball is a task. Michigan State just went up by 10 again. Come on, Mississippi State. I don't really care who wins this game. I've got Michigan State picked in as many brackets as Mississippi State, but I do care about it being a good game. I need to eat something. I keep leaving that drink outside too. Oh, they have pictures of your chickens on it. Well, I know you can get very attached to a chicken sometimes. I was very attached to one of the chickens that we had. All right, now it's eating time. Did I ever wash my hands? I meant to wash my hands after I pooped last time. I'm not sure I did. Let me wash them now. I don't want to starve. I just want to eat some food right now. I could be out. You want to go outside? There you go, sweetie. I have trouble. Okay, what am I going to be eating now? Correct. I'm going to finish Rachel's rice. Why? Because I don't have to do anything to eat this. I just have to eat it. I don't have to heat it up. I don't have to cook it. I just have to eat it. That's the easiest kind of food there is. All right, see you, Trey. See you, Rio. Or maybe you're not leaving. See you, Trey. All right. Where is Confetti Man? I don't know where Confetti is. This? Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. Bless you and your family. Well, thanks, Muhammad Mujahid Khan. And God bless you too. Anybody's got B6? Check it off their bingo card. Simple Girl 357, good morning. May I inform you that the Smooth Move tea has worked wonders. I drank it last night. This morning I've had multiple sizable poops. Pretty happy about that. But I also need to eat some food. This is kind of old cold rice, but it's fine. With beverage, it's fine. Who's Nat Nat and Gray Man? My bowls are moving too, but in this case I would refer more to my bowels. What time is it in your country? It's 10:45. Oh yeah, it's still good. It's just from like, what, 2 nights ago? Quentin Evan, hello. I like that term for like your poop parts is your bowels. Deep in the bowels of my body. It's AM. I'm in California. It's 10:45 in the morning. I'm having a pleasant morning here, doing a little live streaming, watching some basketball. Because it is, of course, the March Madness tournament right now. No, Kitty, this is my food. So both the games are currently on commercial. Now we're back at the Mississippi State, Michigan State game. Michigan State's still up by 10 points. And the third game is Duquesne versus BYU. It's at halftime still. So according to this guy, wow, he's got Oregon in the Final Four. Crazy. What's he thinking? He's got Arizona versus Oregon in the in the championship game. Wow, that's what he's got Arizona's national champion. I think Arizona's national championship is fine, but he's got Oregon in the national championship game against Arizona, number 11 seed Oregon. Charles Barkley going out on a limb here. Crazy. Okay, bring up the chat. I like that. I've got Oregon going pretty deep in mine as well. Nursing 101 is getting the bowels moving. Roast the cabbage. You won't forget it. You won't regret it. I'm not having any cabbage. I'm not a cabbage lover. Cabbages are stinky vegetables. I don't like them. They need to just be lettuce already. Can we all agree with that? Cabbages should be lettuce, right? I'm gonna make a poll. Should cabbages become lettuce? It's an excellent question. Why can't I make a poll? Because I popped out the chat? Fine, I'll unpop it out. Now can I make a poll? Yes, I can. Should cabbage just start being lettuce already? We'll see. Most Asians love cabbage in their cooking. Rio likes it. India, Korea, China, Philippines, etc. Well, I don't like cabbage. I think if you're gonna have a plant like leaves to eat, if you're gonna have leaves to eat, you should just eat lettuce. Cabbage is like slimy-ish kind of and stinky-ish.
It gives you farts. Too.
It gives you farts, yeah. If you're gonna have cabbage, just go ahead and have Brussels sprouts.
Yeah.
Brussels sprouts are like little miniature cabbages, but they're better than cabbages.
I still don't really like Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, they have to be made just right, or else I don't love them either. But if they are made just right, they can be quite delicious. But they still stink like cabbages. They spray pesticide on lettuce? Well, hopefully they wash it off before I eat it. Well, what are you going to do? That's all I can do is say, hopefully they wash it off before I eat it. They. The lettuce people, of course. That's who they are.
Should I take the tea now? Would that be, or should I wait till bedtime?
I mean, I would suggest you take it now. If you still haven't pooped.
No, I
haven't. Yeah, take some more. It worked for me, so.
Okay,
just drink another cup of it. And Rachel, when you make yourself a cup of that tea, just put the hot water in a coffee cup in for a minute, minute and a half at most. Okay. You put it in last night, I think, for the time you put in the big cup of water for a cup of noodles. But it takes less time than that, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of course I don't know.
The flavor of cabbage is seldom welcome in a dessert.
Really?
True. You know, Asian people eat weird dessert. They eat like beans for dessert. Here, have some of this red bean dessert. That's not dessert, that's beans. What are you thinking? Chinese people, beans aren't dessert. Okay. Now I've gotten that poll going. Let's go back to the basketball game. Mississippi State grabs the rebound. They're down by 11 now. Beans can be dessert along with rice. Rice and beans, neither of those things count as dessert, okay? Rice is like pasta kind of. And beans, they have no place anywhere other than in a burrito. I think Michigan State's gonna knock off Washington, Mississippi State, but it's hard to say for sure. Heather P., hello Boston. Hello from California. No, Rio. I'll tell you what dessert is. Cake, candy, those things are dessert. Cake made out of wheat flour, that's dessert. Tell you what's not dessert. Rice and beans. That's like a cheap lunch is what that is. Rice and beans. Sticky rice with mango? Let's just keep our savory and sweet things separated from each other, okay? You don't need to put a bunch of sugar on my steak, and you don't need to put a bunch of steak in my sugar. Steak is for eating, for main course. Sugar is for eating, for dessert. Just keep your courses separate, people. Your first course should only be leaves and dressing, nothing else. Don't try to sneak any meat onto the salad. That's for a different course. Dinner for breakfast is absolutely unacceptable, but breakfast for dinner is fine. Rice cakes should not be called cakes. They should be called horrible circles. Horrible rice circles. That's what they should be calling it. Simonella dessert. I don't even know what simonella is. When I don't know what something is, that means I don't like it. Well, I'm having dinner for breakfast right now, but it's not okay that I'm doing this. I should be eating some kind of breakfast. You know, I'm a rebel. Sometimes I don't obey myself. I love breakfast for dinner, though. Every time Rachel and I go to the Sportsman's Cafe, which is never at breakfast time, I always get corned beef hash and eggs. Oh my God, Nevada driver. Did you overdose on insanity pills this morning? Why every woman on YouTube playing cards on YT Live? You know, women like cards. You mean like tarot cards and stuff? I got some tarot cards. These are my wife's. My wife likes to play tarot cards too. If she were here right now live streaming, she'd probably be doing that. Mostly 90% of the time, 95 when we're live streaming, it's me live streaming. I don't do a whole lot of tarot cards, but listen, this one's for you, Mary Calora. Ooh, the star. 2 boobs, some hair. I wonder about them over there. I'm from California, right near Yosemite, California. Middle of the state, Mariposa County, Sierra Nevada mountains. For all these years, I only have dinner or lunch. Well, I also don't eat for a while after I wake up. So like what I'm having now is really lunch. How is the weather like in Canada? Canada is a very big country. I don't live in Canada, but it is a very big country. I'm assuming the weather is very different from one side of the country to the other. Maybe Toronto is balmy, but maybe British Columbia is cold. Whoa, hell ball already. Hell ball. Don't fight. Come on, you guys. Don't fight the Mormons. Duquesne. Don't punch the Mormons. The Mormons are nice people. Is my name Saddam? No, it is not. Boston sucks right now. Why? Is it cold, rainy, windy, snowy? Pollen-y? We have a lot of pollen right now. Hey, Walter White. B7. Where is it? Where's Walter White? Oh, Walter White's on the other page. Number 2 up here. Walter White. There it is. It was so warm last month. Well, you know, Heather P. St. Patrick's Day just ended. So obviously all of Boston is still recovering. Because everybody knows Boston loves St. Patrick's Day. I am a musician. Indeed I am. Or at least I write and record music. I don't know if I'm really a musician in the sense that I'm not like super great on my instrument necessarily. I'm pretty good, but I feel pretty good these days. I've never felt like I was like like a guitarist. What is my actual profession? I used to be a competition flow debate coach. Uh, I had my own school, and I also worked for a different prep school before that. And yeah, that was my job for many years. And nowadays, I don't have a job, but I do have things that we're doing, to make money. Like we're putting together this income property that we got down the street, getting ready for vacation rentals. You sing and play drums? Oh, Heather P. I need a drummer. Too bad you don't live in California. No, I wasn't in tech. I was in competition flow debate. Like arguing and stuff, right? I am Barack Obama. You're a nurse by night, person by day. Simple Girl's a nurse. Let's see. What do I want to play? I'll play a song of some sort. Hmm. 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 Okay. I will play this song. I even plug in the guitar. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Grant and Lana had best be going. They had cut it down to the wire, and everywhere apocalypse hung heavy. The truck was piling up with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is pending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. 120 output Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Guy got distracted and fire got away. Now from Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had burned away. Alana's sister has a place in Laughlin. Wasn't really any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. That's so much easier to play when it's plugged in, actually.
Well, Sammy has a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. What once had seemed to set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Ooh ah, lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Ooh ah, mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression, by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, that's feed upon the futures of the young. That was fun. I enjoyed it. That was fun. $30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 20,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise you won't escape the plan. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. All right, let me try this song. It always gives me trouble, but I'll try it anyway. Too much noise, too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. I never play that song well. I didn't play it well that time either. Just life in the big city. All right, now I'm going to try to play this song that really requires two singers because it's got so many words to it, but whatever. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's the terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, who's stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? Is she living in sin? She's been hanging with Jem, he's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank stealing fish from my tank? He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feeling of Katie to the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, paths that lead to lesser days. Still spell out the overwatered paths, and you rubbers left, that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken Norton Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the point of her Liz? Did she fail the quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days. Still spell out the overwatered path, and you rubbers left, that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Each of us has much engravely sent. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. Amelia, go from this place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Amelia, we're watching you. Fell for sure. No matter what we do, Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways into space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free. Too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain on me. Oh. So he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Oh, I'm playing quite a few songs right now. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics while you're hunting buffalo and you're picking bread delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the colds. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin, lamenting disconnection and every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, British, poor and short. Hostility is kept at bay, hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way, what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an Agabi weatherman, with an Agabi weatherman. That's pretty good. No good comes from skating on with. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd be taking for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I burned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me and I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. He's insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I burned my share of shame. My share of shame. It was okay, I guess. I never play this song by myself. Maybe I will. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. Reasons still unsaid, but still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, so sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. Oh well, he's puckered tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-papa-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-papa-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. A wonderful, wonderful kitty, and such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and a wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! One more song and then I'm going to wrap it up with the songs. It was 100,000 million years ago. The time ran slow, and nobody had to show place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue with tears gnashing through. Oh, the slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. On the slope up is in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Give us a chance now, just want to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. There was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope up is in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Well, that was fun. It was satisfying, I guess. Feels good to plug that guitar in and play it. I can do a lot more stuff. I need to get used to playing with it plugged in because there's a lot of more stuff I can do. I'm realizing with it plugged in than I can with it not plugged in. I'm just not that accustomed to playing electric guitars, Historically, of late, this is the only guitar I play, but my background, so to speak, is in acoustic guitars. Which really it's so dumb to even have an acoustic guitar. I should have just had a guitar like this from the get-go, kind of like a loud electric. You can play unplugged, but the acoustic I played on for years was so difficult to play. It had such high action. It was like a handbreaker, Nowadays, you got a reasonable guitar and it's a lot easier to play, obviously. No doy, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, no doy, Eric. Tell us something we don't know. That's what you're thinking. But I can't tell you what you don't know because I don't know what you don't know. I just know what I don't know and what I do know. And sometimes I don't even know what I don't know. Yeah, actually, Jacksonville kid, it was never, Rachel and I bought this house together after we moved from LA. And, yeah, I mean, did I solve the Alanis Morissette issue the other day? I guess leave him for a second. It's like when people try to shit on me in ways that are contrafactual, I don't necessarily hate it because, first of all, I would have to be some kind of big pimpin'. As a 52-year-old toothless guy to successfully get Rachel to give me this house. Right? However, Rachel is that smooth. And she did successfully get me to give her this house. So, I don't mind when people come in with contrafactuals. Because, after all, the truth just makes me look good. So I don't mind correcting them. You still here, Jacksonville kid? Yeah, this is what I do all day. I'm glad I can still read it. So this is what you do all day. So I did. You weasel your way into a younger woman's life and into her house and set up shop of doing nothing all day. Please explain. Well, I've explained, Jacksonville kid. In no way, shape, or form am I living off of Rachel. That's completely insane. Possibly the opposite, but we're husband and wife, so I don't think of it like that. Are you still there, Jacksonville kid? Still there? You want to try again? No? Feeling a little put out? Eric, clowns can't perform if the lights are off. I know. This is the thing, Link 1111. I am not trying to ignore this troll and thereby make him frustrated by me not paying attention to him. I'm trying to respond to exactly what he says. Why? Because I want people to go ahead and attack me however you think you can. It's always going to blow up in your stupid face. Sorry. That's much more frustrating to him than me just ignoring him. I do admit to truths that don't make me look good. I admit to all truths. I am a truth speaker. I don't know whether a truth makes me look good or not, but I do know this, that being relentlessly honest can't make me look bad. Being transparent and honest about both good and bad things about myself cannot possibly make me look bad as a general practice, you know? So I don't worry about the specific instances of it because I know that as a general practice, it's going to work great. So it's like, also, the reason I don't necessarily want Jacksonville Kid um, hidden right away is because I want him to experience this, right? He's been corrected. He's tried to attack in a few different ways. He seems to think that what I'm doing with my time isn't valid, although, if that's the case, obviously, him watching me do it is even less valid. Needless to say, right? So I'm hopefully he's still here because I want him to have the opportunity to learn, right? He probably won't, but he might. He might recognize, at least after this, I need to do a little question asking before I start making claims because otherwise it could make me look really stupid and just make the guy I'm trying to make look bad look good, you know? At least, if nothing else, I hope he can learn to attack people better. You know, in a more sophisticated, nuanced way. And it's possible even this can allow him to recognize, okay, my aggressiveness here is predicated on my own insecurities. What's going on here? Maybe I can come to terms with some stuff that I'm having problems with, you know? Yeah, I know. I know that, Isaiah. I saw that. And without a little bit of drama, you know, the stream can get somewhat dull. I won't let the drama become so too predominant like I used to perhaps when I argue with somebody for a long ass time, you know. I'm not going to bother doing that because there's enough action around here that nothing deserves that extensive of my attention. Well, maybe he does have father issues and is taking it out on me. I don't know. But I treat everybody the same, which is to say, I don't care what your backstory is. I expect you to behave like a civilized human being. And when people come in and they're not behaving like a civilized human being, I feel it's my duty, responsibility, and joy to school the living fuck out of them, as they so richly deserve. So, you know, so I can put my foot up their asses, as Isaiah Root says. Exactly. That's what I do with people who need my foot up their ass. I put it up their ass. So they learn something. If nothing else, they learn I'm not going to be able to fuck with Eric without looking like a complete tard. And that's something worth learning. Right, and he might find out that he likes it here, you know? The thing is, just because he's thus far been pretty douchey, but not unrelentingly so, doesn't mean he can't get up one day and go, you know what? I'm gonna actually just try to put on a learner's hat for a second. I don't like to do that. Nobody does, but I'm gonna attempt to do that for a split second here. Listen to what this guy's saying. See if I can learn something from him a little bit. You ever take a walk around the world to ease your troubled mind? Maybe leave your body lying somewhere in the sands of time? No, I do sometimes take a walk around. I'm not sure if it's for the purpose of easing my troubled mind, but it might be. I never leave my body lying in sand. I don't like sand. It I don't have any female hostages, obviously. I had a first wife who left me, a second wife who left me. I had a girlfriend after that who I broke up with because she was toxic. And now I have a wonderful wife who's married to me, remember, and whose parents were very, very happy to come here and participate in the wedding, to give their daughter to me. Her mother thanked me for giving Rachel everything Rachel deserves at the end of the wedding. And if you actually cared about Rachel at all, you would maybe consider asking her how she feels about the relationship. Of course, you just want to treat her like an object, right? Who has no agency of her own, no decision making power, just at my mercy at all times. Unfortunately, once again, you've landed in a spot that has zero credence. I am the least controlling person in the world. So, Jacksonville kid, would you like to try again? So far, you're 0 for however many. Okay? You want to try again? Because there might be ways in which you can successfully attack me. But it has to be rooted in some kind of thing that's true, right? If you're just making up lies, that's not going to hurt. I just say they're lies. Everybody who knows me and Rachel, everybody who's ever met us, will tell you in no uncertain terms that she is nothing but my hostage. She is anything but my hostage. No, I don't want to be controlling. No, what I'm saying is when you say stuff that's counterfactual, you can't win. So, like, if you accuse me of being a toddler, like, you're too young to be YouTubing, you're just a toddler. You can't win on that point because it's counterfactual, right? It's counterfactual that I'm keeping Rachel hostage. It's counterfactual that she's supporting me. So I don't know about 0 for 4. I said 0 for whatever. The point is, when you say things that are factually untrue, those don't work as attacks on somebody, right? So you're going to have to work on it. You have to learn. I don't know why they seem to want to be so nasty either. I think with Jacksonville Kid, he's frustrated, understandably. You know, he's been coming around for a while. He obviously is kind of obsessed with me, or else he wouldn't keep coming back. But the thing is, I don't want him to just be frustrated here. I want him to successfully find something he can attack that I can agree to. You know, yes, I do suck in that way. Right now, he's not been able to find anything yet. So I want to help him find things that he can successfully insult me about, that I can agree with, and he can feel like he gets a win too, you know? It's important to him. It's a lot more important than it is to me. I deal with shitheads all the time. It's possible he doesn't like old people, but I suspect I make him feel inferior in some way, you know? I move through the world with a great deal of comfort and confidence, and I'm empowered, you know? So if somebody is none of those things and also not capable of facing the realities in a constructive way, then, you know, they probably lash out. I agree. I would hope he would just learn to enjoy the vibes. It's chill around here. It's true, I'm not being productive or whatever. Manipulation does exist like that, but that's not what I'm doing. Right? I'm not trying to subtly manipulate or influence. I'm saying directly to you exactly what I mean, and I do the same thing, you know? And just because manipulation does exist in that capacity is not evidence that I'm that way. In fact, we have lots of evidence to the contrary. Of course, I don't owe anybody anything. I don't think I do, you know? I live my life happy and free of stress. These negative people do not stress me out. I think they're fun. They're interesting. When they cease to be fun and interesting, I hide them. So that's that simple. So, Gustavo, it may be the case that crackheads cannot be a functioning part of society. It is not the case, however, that I have an opinion on it either way. I don't think crackheads can be a functioning part of society. I also don't think they can't. I don't have a position on that. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it a solid 8. a solid 8. The thing is, I'm not just standing in my own truth. I'm living my life the way I live it, which is by talking about a lot of ideas. I like to talk a lot, right? I'm a talker. Manipulation works in substance use. So, are you saying that I'm manipulating marijuana? I don't know, dude. I mean, the funny thing is, Jacksonville Kid, the great news is you can go right now and live a life free from all of the things you see me doing. Completely free from them. And in fact, if you're worried about my power as a manipulator, I'd suggest getting away from here as quickly as possible before I somehow manipulate you into substance use. I mean, I don't even know do you know what you're talking about? I don't think anybody does, you know? I'm being manipulated by Mary Jane, right? Okay. Why does he want to insult? Well, I'm not sure. This is why I don't like to ban him right away. I'm trying to figure that out. I didn't do anything to spark this rudeness from him, you know? He just does not like me. What's going on? But burn some for me, Skinwalker. All right, Pimp J, I'm going to burn some for you right now. Look, what I'm doing is I'm packing a bowl. Stop manipulating the weed. You're gaslighting your weed, dude. You're trying to tell it sucks, but it's really a good strain. Shh. I've almost got it convinced. Gaslighting my weed. Well, BYU just tied the score with 1:45 left in the Duquesne BYU game. I definitely picked BYU in almost every one of the brackets in this game because I think BYU is a very strong 6 seed. They were originally a 5 seed. They got dropped down to a 6 seed because they don't play on Sunday. This is clogged. I have to unclog it first. Yes, you have lived a life of someone who has abused substances, and now you do the California sober method, bud smoking, but still have the behaviors of someone that used substances like manipulation. So, which of my behaviors are bad? Can you point to any specific behaviors of mine that are bad? I mean, you know, except for, we get that you don't approve of me smoking weed, but can you talk about behaviors other than consumption behaviors that I do that are bad? You identify specific examples of them. I think some folks can't see anything besides sad, hate, ugliness because it's their whole life. Their world is a dark place. I don't think JK can help themselves. Joking about God. This is my POV. How many gods does it take to screw in a light bulb? 3. God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. How's that for a God joke? Pretty good? I have tried to do nutmeg a long time ago. I would say that it didn't really work for me, but yeah. But why is this important to him? Why is Eric's life on Spotlight? Well, I mean, I put my own life on Spotlight, obviously. So when I choose to live my life on live stream, I know it's 6260 Duquesne. I'm watching it. Don't worry. Then I open myself up to critique, and that's totally legitimate. You know, by making public my business, I make it other people's business to comment on it if they so choose. The thing is, of course, I accept that, and I embrace that responsibility that I will then respond to what they say. In this case, he's wrong about me, right? And so I'm responding to what he's saying by pointing out that he's totally wrong about me. Now he's trying to attack me as a substance abuser, but a little while ago he was trying to attack me as mooching off of Rachel until he learned that was contrafactual, right? Completely not true whatsoever. Totally unrelated to the truth. So instead of learning from that, instead of being like, okay, I guess I was wrong about that. He has chosen to, you know, just shift ground, try a new angle of attack, because the one thing he knows for sure is that he hates me and I'm bad. He's not sure why, not sure what he can find to make other people convinced that I'm bad or to make me feel bad, but he's sure that no matter what, his conclusion is correct, regardless of what additional data might indicate. That's what needs to be shaken up, right? If he can overcome that and sort of go, all right, maybe I need to step back. This isn't working for me, then it might actually. Well, I'm not concerned for him. I'm just disinterestedly analyzing him. I'm telling you all the specifics of it. True. I'm treating him like a case study, sort of reducing him to an object of analysis is insulting in some way, but I'm not doing nutmeg. Well, he obviously likes being here for some reason or another. I'm not sure he really understands what he's doing. But anyway, I'm perfectly happy changing topics. I don't need to continue talking about the guy. But it's interesting, It's like the guy who was here the other day who was freaking out about the mods, right? Like how mods are evil and anybody who lets there be mods on their channel is big censorship person or whatever. That guy just tripped me out because it's like if he had just paused for a second to see if, in fact, talking with famous people was an example of the thing he hated so much, he would have realized it's the alternative to it. But instead, he just couldn't tolerate the reality that something didn't fail on the metric that he expected it to. Didn't learn anything. Didn't hear a word I said, or didn't act as though my words were responsive, even though they were directly responsive to everything he said, and just went around in a circle. I do not understand how in the world that happens. I do not get it. How much to show your butthole? Well, I guess I'll tell you what. You PayPal me $25,000 and I'll send you a picture of it. Okay? I'll do that for $25,000. I'm not going to stick my finger in it. That's where poop comes from. That's how you get a stinky finger. I already did the Cotton Eye Joe earlier. Okay? I did the Cotton Eye Joe. Oh, fine. I'll do it once more real quick for you. I got some cotton in my eyes. Got some cotton in my eyes. I'm Cotton Eye Joe. I got some cotton in my eyes. Got some cotton in my eyes. And it's time for it to go. There. Well, I have to clear it with Rachel, but I think she'll be fine. If we get 25 grand for a picture of my butthole, I think she'll be fine with it. Pending her approval, okay, but I'm confident she'll be fine with it. I could even pull a K and send them a picture of someone else's butthole. How would they even know? But I wouldn't do that. That would be defrauding them. If they paid $25,000 for a picture of my butthole, I will send them a picture of my actual butthole. I'm not going to defraud anybody. The thing is, I don't think of my butthole as really being a sex thing. It's the thing I poop out of. Eric, let these people know not to mess with you, because you'll be on them like dried gum on a park bench. Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, if I were to sell a picture of my butthole for $25,000, probably to the recipient of the picture of the butthole, it would be a sex thing. But to me, it would just be the easiest 25 grand I'd ever made. Because someone asked me specifically how much it would cost to see a picture of my butthole. I don't know why they want that, but or maybe they're just curious. I said 25 grand. I think that's a fair price. So the reason we're talking about it, in other words, is because it is the subject right now. And we tend to talk about the subject. I can't believe this BYU game is still not over. I'm confident Duquesne is going to win, but it's still conceivably possible BYU could come back. Well, that busts my BYU national championship bracket. I can tell you right now, I have zero faith in them as national champions anymore after watching them struggle this whole game. Is butthole skin different from normal skin? Well, it's got kind of that sphinctery quality to it, I guess. I've never really looked at my own butthole. You have to get a mirror or something. I don't even know how I'd go about looking at my own butthole. I'd have to get a mirror. There's no way to look at your own butthole, I think, without a mirror. Does anybody here think they can look at their own butthole without a mirror? I don't think it's possible. It's like you can't lick your own elbow, Well, I'm not looking to sell that Rubik's Cube, but if someone were going to PayPal me $25,000 for a picture of my butthole, I certainly would sell it. Sure, here's a picture of my butthole. Thank you for the $25,000. I don't need the $25,000. Somebody wanted to know how much it would cost, and I answered the question, okay? I'm not in the business of selling butthole pictures. I am in the business of answering questions. So let a man do his job. I'm a question answer. That's my job. Let me do my job. How do I answer questions? Correctly, truthfully, accurately. And if I needed the 25 grand, obviously I wouldn't be charging 25 grand. If I needed the 25 grand, I'd probably be happy with 5. No, I'm not going to show you my belly button. What am I wearing, a crop top? Who's offering me 25? 25,000. Obviously, I'm not going to take a picture of my butthole for $25. I'm not a whore. I'm a high-class call girl. Give up already. Winning's overrated. Winning what? Are you talking to BYU? Oh, God, I hit the 3? Wow. It's still conceivable. All Duquesne has to do is miss one of these free throws. BYU can hit a 3 and tie it up and push it to overtime. Go BYU. I really want BYU to win this game, that boy Klaus, because I have them pretty, I afforded them a thumbs up in general. Okay, this is a team that's a little stronger than their seeding. They look like they got a good record. They beat some good teams. They could make a run. Some of my brackets, I don't have them at all, obviously, but yes, I do. Juan Stridham. Yes, I do. That counts as what's on the plate, I think. Because what now? What's on the plate will be its own thing. Ah, they fouled him. Good foul. Good foul. Good quick foul. Now, Mr. Headband here, Headband and Floppy Locks. I'll call him Mr. Floppy Locks. I don't know what his name is. He's got two very big free throws. If he makes them both, it's over. But if he misses one, guess what, everybody? BYU will have a chance to go down the floor and shoot a three to tie the game and push it to overtime. 94% from the free throw line. No, I don't drink alcohol. Well, um, no, I won't sell you whatever you want. I am willing, in theory. I mean, I'm not doing any deals here or anything. I'm just saying, in theory, 4 point game, it's over. Unless he gets fouled while shooting a three. Nope. What's on that gate? What gate? Good job, Duquesne. You're the first upset of the tournament. First upset. Unfortunately, I picked you on very few, if any, brackets. I know that. I already know that this is one that I said, okay, I'm not going to pick this upset. Who was behind me? Nobody. Rachel's home, but she's not behind me. She's more like above me. She's upstairs. There's 0.4 seconds left. Come the fuck on. They're down by 4 points. Just let it end already. Wow, look at this game here. What is going on, Arizona Wildcats? We have got, it looks to be fairly late in the game here. Oh, is it over now? Oh, that's the Duquesne. Where's the Arizona Long Beach game? Where is the Arizona Long Beach game? They were just showing highlights of the Duquesne BYU game. But I want to hear, I want to see what the score is in the Arizona game. The other TVs are on commercials. Duquesne will play the winner of Illinois and Morehead State. I guess this Arizona game's at halftime. I see. Okay, the Arizona game's at halftime. The Akron Creighton game is on commercial. Oh, wait. I see. It's way up here. I'm way behind. Now, Akron Creighton's on commercial. And Mississippi State's over, right? I'm not entirely sure. Let's go here. Yeah, that one's over. So I guess we're kind of like between games now. Or we're getting there. I'm not sure. Let me go to ESPN and see what the score is on over here. Akron versus Creighton. Creighton's up by 15. Arizona's up by 6 over Long Beach at half. Michigan State won. Wagner, North Carolina is actually currently tied, shockingly enough. Well, now it's North Carolina's up by 14 to 13. All right. I'm going to, here's Akron Creighton. What's this one? This is over. So for this one, I want Wagner versus I want Wagner versus North Carolina. That's what I want. Here. Here it is. Okay. There. So, I would love to see Wagner just stun North Carolina. I don't have him on any of my brackets, but I don't even care. I would love to see Wagner win this game. That would be amazing. But North Carolina just buried a deep 3. They're up by 3 now. I suspect, as always, as one always suspects in these 16-1 matchups, that Wagner is going to, at best, stay close for the first half, the beginning of the second half, and then North Carolina is going to pull away and blow them out. Every once in a while, it gets closer than that, but I think it's still the case that only one number 1 seed has ever lost to a 16 seed in the whole history of the tournament. So it's very, very rare. Maybe there's been 2, but I think it's just 1. And it was recently. Creighton's obviously taking care of business. I had my doubts about them as a 3 seed. I thought of them as a weaker 3 seed. It's hard to say against 14 seed Akron, you know. But I don't have Creighton going too deep on any of my brackets, I don't think. We'll have to pull up brackets after the first round of games here, and I'll see how I'm doing. All right, now. How long has this MF been streaming for? Currently, almost 5 hours. How long have you been awake for today? Law shall be broken. Yeah, his name actually is Isaiah Rude. That's his real name. I know it. It seems like a fake name, but it's not actually. His fake name is Isaiah Bizaiah. You can tell it's fake because nobody's name really rhymes like that much, you know. You look like you enjoy bubble blowing. Wow. Rude. Yeah, I know. It is a cool last name, right? You don't want to fuck with me. I'm rude. What's the brown stuff on my couch? I mean, what's on this plate? That's weed. That's just shake, actually. It's like not even weed anymore. It's just shake. I go to the freezer periodically. I get more weed out. I bring it over here. And then I break up bar stone and it becomes shake. This is how you turn weed into shake. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with some weed. I think Obama is QWERTY. What does QWERTY mean? I mean, I know it means the keyboard, but like, how you're using it, what does it mean? I'm curious. I mean, there's no way to store your weed that doesn't reduce its potency except for vacuum sealing it. Jars are a little better maybe, but we had too much weed, basically, to start out with. There was no possible way for us to. I mean, I could have, like, if I had a I don't have a vacuum sealer. If I had had a vacuum sealer, I could have vacuum sealed up small packages of it and opened them one at a time. I didn't do that. I wish I had, really. It would have been smart. I just do the best I can with not trying very hard, you know. Well, I agree you can never have too much weed, but um, you can have too much of one strain, right? If you if you get stuck with just like one strain for a long time, then it just totally stops getting you high. So anyway, we had a lot of weed to begin with. And I know, I think I should get a vacuum sealer too, because I'm going to be growing soon. My seeds should be coming pretty soon in the mail. I bought some seeds the other day. Yeah, you got to mix it up. Rachel has this wonderful vape thing that we got that it doesn't just let you screw in cartridges to it, but it has a metal cartridge that you can open up and scoop your own concentrate into it, and then it works like that. What are my thoughts on infused weed? Like, you mean moon rocks, stuff like that? Does it affect the potency? You mean keeping it in the freezer? I mean, sure. It's like weed is at its optimal moment for a short period of time. And it's like, you pick it, you dry it till it's perfectly dry, but not too dry. And you smoke it right then, and then you're going to get maximum potency from any weed. Anything other than that, beyond that, you're always going to lose some potency, quality, taste, etc. I've also been considering getting one of those C. Smith, a dry vaporizer. Um, Presumably, it would be better for my lungs, I'm guessing, or at least make me cough less. Yeah, I used to love moon rocks. I used to get moon rocks all the time. But then I started the place I was getting them, like they made their own moon rocks. They weren't from the like moon rock company or whatever. And they were good originally, and then I think they must have changed out like high quality weed underneath the moon rocks for lower quality. They started getting more coffee, and I just like, I don't want this anymore. Slay Queen. Slay Queen, slay, oh, the peen that you want, Queen, slay it. Slay, Queen, slay some peen for you and yourself. Now, Queen, 'cause you're Queen, slaying, peen, now, Queen. Some even say Play-Doh. Sammy, honestly, because lifts can malfunction. You mean elevators? Elevators can malfunction. Uh, Somebody was in here not that long ago who works on repairs elevators. Maybe I don't remember who it is. He says, "Do not." He says things like, "Don't trust elevators in meow kind of context." Dude, I'm gonna sprinkle some coffee in with my moon rocks. I don't think you want to do that. I think that's gonna make it taste like death. Allegory of the cave. Yeah. Well, you know what I say to Plato and his allegories? Suck it, Plato. That's what I say. I don't care about your allegory. I don't care about your cave. That's what I say to Plato. If you were really cool, Plato, you'd be Aristotle. Or at least Socrates. Jeez. Actually, I like Socrates least of the three. I like Plato better than Socrates. Because Socrates was such a douchebag, he tried to pretend like not writing anything down was a good thing. Yeah. Oh, we need to put that on the bingo. Mike Oxlong. We need to put that one down. It wasn't on the bingo. Thank you for reminding me of it. These are unoriginal things people say when they come in here that I've heard a million times before. Mike Oxlong. I will put it down there. I've forgotten about that one. We've got Nick, last name Gurr, is on this list. Got. I just recap the bingo cards real quick here. Things that people say to me when they come in. You meth head, you don't have any teeth. You're old, a grandpa. You've lost your meds. Ohio. Skibbity Gat Riz. Is that your daughter? Referring to my wife. Are you okay? Edging. Mewing. Jesus/God stuff. Are you homeless? Mr. Gurr, as aforementioned, calling me a pedo, calling me gay, shaming my wife's body, asking me if I have a job, telling me I smoke crack, saying X for an edit, telling me to do the gritty or the thug shake, or the new dance that I've heard is the Cotton-Eyed Joe. Let's put that one there too. Let's put a CEJ, Cotton-Eyed Joe, on the dance thing here. We've got what's on that plate? Very common question. Stop smoking. Get that a lot. And directed at Rachel. Blink if you need help. About me again. Balls. Say ooh woo. We've got shut up. Stop talking. We've got Walter White. Hit the bong, bro. You look like Tommy Lee Jones. And, of course, can you say happy birthday to me? My name is Mike Oxlong. If there was a god of drunkenness, would he be NTP or NFP? He would be neither. Intuitives are not the best at being drunken. Okay? I think Mike Oxlong is a relative, or at least a friend of Mike Hunt. I quite like you. Sometimes people read it out and don't get it, lol. How often do you mew since you like the Mauger, sir? I don't mew. You know, Mike Hunt isn't on the list, but he should. You know, I'm gonna put him with the other Mike Oxlong. Mike Hunt will be there too. So we're making bingo card things, you know. As an HB, definitely not great at being drunk. Could you elaborate a little? I don't really know why. Well, because C. Smith, we are already. ESPs are already in need of a lot of self-regulation regarding like being less spaz. We want to talk. We say all kinds of things, right? Being drunk makes us feel like finally the shackles are off. I don't have to self-regulate. I can just be myself and not care. And we think maybe at first like, and it's so much fun and everyone's themselves, just like me finally. Everyone's themselves. But, you know, we also have bad SI, which means we're not good at say breaking the day into time chunks. Yes, Nick is here on the list, okay? 6X, 6S, X9. Nick is right here on the bingo card. I've never read this before. I can't help but laugh at it. Freedom says, my dumbass sister fucked the dog on my birthday. Yeah, it's like we don't really get it. Like after we drink these drinks, then it's going to be like 3 hours from now in a little while, and we'll have to deal with the present then too. I mean, it has to occur more than once, Elaine, to qualify as bingo material. I have never encountered. Okay, can I be a mod? I'll put can I be mod, okay? Can I be mod? Is Candace on the list? Candace? You mean my ex-wife, Candace? No, I've never heard anybody reference her around here before. Is that who you're referencing? Can I be mod? I'm gonna put that on the list. Oh. No. Look, Tyler Kennedy, you got it wrong. Is Wendy's on the list? Right? Wendy's on the list? Wendy's what? Wendy's nuts fit in your mouth. Like that, okay? You're supposed to do Wendy's, not Candace. Candace doesn't sound like Candice. If you're going to do Candace, you should have done Candies instead of Candace. Alcohol makes me weirdly emotional and wanting to discuss things at length. Yeah, well, it can be all kinds of emotions. There can be positive emotions, negative emotions. Depends on the day, the occasion, right? For me, anyway, I always did. Share my makeup routine. First, what I do is I take a spatula and I just smear on the foundation everywhere you see. Then I rub it in, okay? And regardless, Tyler Kennedy, I can use my imagination, but that's not going to get this beautiful face out in front of the camera on time. Then I put on my lipstick, then my mascara, then my eyebrow polish, then my nose spangles, and then I'm done. Who is the master of drugs? Is it me? Do I get to be master of drugs? I wish I were master of them. I would tell them to get over here right now. So 143 people, 447 people so far have voted on the important poll question, should cabbage just start being lettuce already? 56% of people are correct and say yes. Good for them. Good for them indeed. Good for them, good for us, good for everybody. Except Barbara. Let's see if I can end my poll. End my poll. There. We got a little bit of echo there. But I fixed the problem now. Congratulations, everybody. You win. I fixed the problem. Okay, Long Beach State versus Arizona is in commercials. Akron versus Creighton should be like over now, right? Just about over. 4 minutes left in the Akron-Creighton game. Creighton's up by 12. That's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Arizona's now up by 18 over Long Beach State. That's more or less a foregone conclusion. North Carolina is up by 9 on Wagner. That's a foregone conclusion, 1 seed, 16 seed. So basically, there's no good basketball games on right now. Let's see when the next ones start. There's no reason really to watch any of those games. Maybe the Creighton game. It's conceivable Akron could make a comeback in that one. We will see what it says here on the schedule. Okay, so I just want the schedule. Oh, there's a schedule. All right, so we've got at 12:30 Illinois versus Morehead State. At 1 p.m. Oregon versus South Carolina. 1:30 Nevada and Dayton. That should be a good game. And then there's a break until 3:50 for the last set of games. You've got CSU Texas, Oakland UK. That's Kentucky. MCN Gonzaga. MCN is, I'm not sure what that college is. Then you've got SDST, South Dakota State versus Iowa State. I think Iowa State is the strongest 2 seed in the field. Tennessee, the another 2 seed, is the weakest 2 seed in the field, I believe, on TNT at 620. Then the upstart North Carolina State team that managed to conference tournament their way into the big dance faces 6 seed TTU, Texas Tech. Samford versus Kansas at 6:55. 7:05. I'm interested in this game. The last Pac-12 team playing on the day and the last game of the day. Washington State versus Drake. All right, so a lot of interesting stuff coming up on the televisor. 12:30, Morehead State, Illinois. I could watch the beginning of that game. I'm sure Illinois will pull away. But 1 p.m., I am very curious to watch this Oregon-South Carolina game. Oregon won the Pac-12 championship tournament. And I'm kind of with Charles Barkley. I think that they may have a bit of a deep run in them. Is boring on the bingo? I don't think it is, but I could put it on there. Boring. Sometimes if somebody says boring, it's because I actually am being boring, in which case that's just a legitimate point. So I'm a little curious, I'm a little hesitant to put boring on there. Well, most of my weed's in the freezer. I just took out a handful and put it on here. But because I've been doing that for a long time, this plate is growing into a big plate of shake. But it's not how I store my weed. Am I down with the clown? I don't think so. Charlie Art Stuff 278. And somebody would have to say your name. If you got a bingo card with that one, you'd be like, oh, that one's never coming up.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this eventual pile of shake. Maybe like edibles out of it or something. But I'm not really good at making. I'm very bad at making edibles. So, what is my favorite crayon flavor? I'm gonna go pink. TFW, you're not down with the clown, but the clown is down with me. Is the clown down with me? How did I get on the clown's good side? I don't even know who the clown is. Well, I eat the pink ones, I snort the red ones. I don't want to let the red ones go to waste at all, Oh, thanks, Rachel. I love you, darling.
I love you.
You're such a nice lady.
Thanks, I think you're such a nice man.
We need to go to town either today or tomorrow.
Okay.
We can do it tomorrow, but maybe I'll go right fresh in the morning tomorrow and get it done.
What do we have to do?
I have to go. I want to start what the tip tank guy said was start the. He talked to the county and they told him to tell us to start the application process now for the vacation rental stuff. So,
Okay.
is your dad a baker? Cause you got cake. Like that, Sarah? Is that how you want it spoken?
Do you want to go today or?
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to get ready,
Okay.
we could go today. But we don't. If you'd rather go tomorrow, let's go tomorrow.
I'm tired.
Let's go tomorrow. And I might just go tomorrow without you too. I don't feel like going by myself right now. I'm kind of like I don't want to do that right this second. So I think I'll probably do it tomorrow morning, probably before you get up.
Okay.
I'm beyond troll proof. I mean, you can't be beyond troll proof. That'd be like more than 100% resistant to trolls. Man, I don't actually think I am troll proof. It's just there's a finite amount of ways in which people can attempt to troll. I'll periodically hear new things that are like something I've never heard before as a way to troll me. But by and large, there's kind of a finite number of ways in which people can troll. Once I've experienced them all and sort of come up with a default response to each of them, whatever that might be. Then it gets harder for anybody to make any headway with it. Plus, it's like, it boils down to this, that it's an attempt to trigger an emotional response. But if I've heard 1,000 people try to trigger the same emotional response in the same way, it's not going to be very triggery, even if at one point it was, Is that cat food? No, that's weed. If you have what's on that plate, go ahead and check it off. Is this what you spend all of your time doing? Well, not all of my time. At the moment, I'm spending a shit ton of time live streaming. And the reason for that mostly is because it's really exciting to be streaming right now. I've gotten a lot of new subs in just the last month or two that, and prior to that I was very stagnated. Thank you, Enderpig. I am really liking the smell of your farts these days. I gotta tell you. Your farts smell like $2. F31 Leopard, is that Korean, Japanese, Chinese, or something else? The Real Muffin Smuggler, 43. 43 what? If you've never played the Never Taken a Bike or Scooter Ride, you're missing out, my friends. The problem with bingo is nobody really wins if they create other accounts and say the tickets. Nobody's gonna cheat at TWFP bingo, for God's sake. If anybody is gonna try to cheat at TWFP bingo, then just let them win. They obviously care too much about it. Just let them win and just kind of roll your eyes. Okay? I don't know. Oh, you know what? I do need to go into town today, actually. Rachel doesn't have to go with me. She doesn't want to. I remembered I'm out of cigarettes, so I'm smoking butts. So I do have to go into town at some point today. Anyway, a variety of things, a little of this, a little of that. Yeah, I guess we know what that means. It means we're gonna have to wrap up this live stream pretty soon, unfortunately, because I do need to go. $25,000. You'd have to collect a lot from everybody to get that $25,000 prize pool for TWFP bingo. I like the idea of a bingo prize pool. I'm sure we'd get in trouble. If I actually tried to run I'm sitting here just sort of thinking about it. If I actually tried to run bingo where you buy bingo cards and stuff and win the money if you get a bingo like I could do at regular bingo, I'm sure I'd get in some kind of trouble. I bet you. It's ridiculous, but I'm sure I would. I'd rather prefer my idea of creating Wonder Points as a meme coin of sorts, and then I can make them Wonder Points prizes for things. And then if there's any value to the Wonder Points, there probably wouldn't be, but if there were to ever be any value to it, it wouldn't be. First of all, it would be me giving people value, not them giving me value. So I'm gonna get in less trouble for that. Even if I gave all the money back for the bingo in prizes, if I took money for bingo cards, I'm sure I'd get in trouble somehow. But if I just gave people Wonder Points for winning and didn't charge them anything for the bingo cards, then nobody could get me in trouble for that. And Elaine is a baldy? I don't think Elaine is bald. I've never heard of Bluey the Kid Show.
I'm not tattooing your name anywhere, Mr. Kartoffel. So yeah, if I could find somebody who knows how to make blockchain token, a specific blockchain token, either on Ethereum or whatever, Solana, I don't care. I would, and it wouldn't be very expensive. I would totally do that. If any of you know anybody who knows how to do that, say, talk to Eric. If I can get it done for not very expensive, I will do it, I will make there be wonder points, and the way it'll work is not normally the way it works, but I will start off with all the wonder points, and then I will just hand them out periodically, as I see fit, to people who've earned them for various reasons. And then there'll be a specific finite number of wonder points, like, I don't know, 1,000,000. And then that's it. That's all the wonder points there ever will be. So, I want to make crypto wonder points, okay? How do I know that you're a miner? Well, so many, many ways, Mr. Kartoffel. But you're just kind of juvenile, which is fine. But I'm pretty sure you're not an adult. It sounds doable, says C. Smith. Well, I mean, if you think you know how I would go about doing that, and you're willing to have a conversation with me about it, and explain to me at least what I'd have to do to make that happen, then I would love to schedule a time to talk with you about that, C. Smith. Hello, Chad Linton. I mean, the thing is, Charlie Art Stuff 278. People would get wonder points usually by way of making a funny joke or something. And I'll say that's a wonder point, or putting a useful link, like, oh wow, that's really informative. Actually, I'll give a wonder point. If it's Wednesday, wonder point value is doubled. So if you earn one wonder point, you get two. These are the existing economics of the wonder point system. Okay. Yeah, okay, C. Smith. Well, you and me and everybody else that I've happened to come across, I'm hoping to come across somebody like, actually, I've worked on that. I've done that before. I know how to do that. It'll cost you this much. If I find somebody who starts talking to me like that, then, and we may very well have Wonder Point crypto tokens. I mean, it's given out much less frequently for TE reasons than for NE, FE, and I reasons. I am a bail bondsman, and give me your name and birth date, and I can do a quick nationwide search so we can all get to know the great, wonderful guy that you are not. What do you think? Sure. My name is Eric Strauss, and my birthday is April 27th, 1971. I don't hide either of those things. Go ahead and search the fuck out of me. I don't care. You're not going to find anything. If you hate me so much, why don't you go somewhere else? Why are you still here? And the thing is, Jacksonville Kid, it's also very easy to find my address. You could probably look at my house on Google Maps. So, I'm just a regular guy living his life. Note that you could find out anything you want about me simply by asking me, you dumbass. I don't keep a bunch of secrets about my life. I don't find it scary. As long as my financial information and my accounts and stuff are securitized adequately, which they are. I always have like double layer protection on. I change my passwords periodically. I'm I'm security conscious when it comes to certain kinds of private data sources, like talking with famous people and stuff. I wouldn't want someone to get in the back end of that, right? But regarding information about my life, like what I've done, where I've been, what's happened in my life, etc., I'm a fucking open book. In fact, there's whole videos on the channel going through the various things that I did in my life. It's ridiculous to think that I'm worried about people finding out information about me because there's nothing to find out that I'm ashamed of. Yeah, just go ahead and remove that comment, please, Mr. Kartoffel. It'll be read wrong. So anyway, I was a little surprised that Jacksonville Kid is even still here. You know? It's that sort of thing that makes you go, okay, what is going on with this person exactly? I don't get it. He has this incredible animosity towards me. He wants to scare me by telling me that he's going to do a search on me, and when I give him my name and birthday, I don't give a fuck. You search me all you want. Search away. So, and then, like, what's he going to do when he finds nothing? Well, first of all, he probably wants that information because he hopes to, actually hack my accounts or something like that and do some spiteful damage that way. He's not going to be able to. I've got things pretty well locked down. But let's say he failing to actually hack into my shit at all. He decides, okay, well, I'm gonna find out as much about this guy as I can. You're gonna be wasting a lot of time. I mean, I don't know what he wants to do, but Jacksonville Kid has devolved into a straight up spite monkey. Not a troll, Gemini. He's not a troll. He's a spite monkey. The difference between a troll and a spite monkeys make threats and probably follow through on them, So this guy wants to impact me negatively in some substantial way that he can see, like, finally I got him. I took him down a notch. Well, it's never going to happen, motherfucker. And it's not because I'm so tough or anything. It's because you're just grasping at straws. You've already made multiple counterfactual claims about me. In other words, defamatory, slanderous lies about me. Well, what he's threatening to do is basically search my name, find out everything he can about me, and reveal it all in some way. You know? So I don't have any closet full of skeletons. I've just been a regular guy living my life for my whole life. I've had 3 wives. I'm on my 3rd wife, but that's not very scandalous. A couple of divorces. I mean, that's kind of normal. I mean, I don't know. What is there to reveal? I spend all of my time revealing everything there is to reveal about myself. I'm near Yosemite, you know. It is lovely here. It's a gorgeous day. Like, being out in my shirt sleeves is perfect. He's gonna tell the shocking truth that my wife is just 39 years old. Cradle robbing, awful old man. 39-year-olds aren't capable of making decisions like that. You were grooming her. I mean, I don't know what he hopes to accomplish by Googling me. I wish more people would Google me. I wish everybody would Google me. Who is Eric? Why is everybody talking about him? That's what I wish people would do. But instead, they just continue to ignore me. Well, I guess I just have to continue thus to languish in obscurity. That's fine. As long as I can just enjoy chilling and live streaming, that's fine. But I am going to have to go to town. I have to go to town to get cigarettes, so I might as well go get this stupid thing started too. Whatever, it'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal. Don't be a baby, Eric. I don't want to go to town. I said don't be a baby, Eric. Not be a baby. But I don't want to go. Well, you have to, okay? Oh yeah, she's on here all the time. I mean, she's just chilling right now. I think she's sleeping because she took an Adderall yesterday, so she's probably crashed out. I'm fighting demons. Yeah, fighting the demons of not really feeling like running an errand, but needing to. It's a pretty dark demon. No, I didn't see your apology. You don't have anything to apologize for that I know of. Okay, I got you. Actually, I did see your apology. I'm sorry. I was wrong when I said hadn't seen it. I actually did see it. I just didn't respond to it. Thanks, Stephen Hollenbach. I'm doing it to avoid getting age restricted, but if it makes me look cooler, then great. Who's trolling me good? You mean Jacksonville kid? No, I mean that's not good trolling, right? Being super spiteful and shitty and just like hateful in your comments and stuff. That's not at all good trolling. That's just a person who's got some kind of a problem with me, which is almost certainly like some kind of a problem with himself, you know? How did she get an Addy? She found one sitting on the sidewalk, actually. We'll go with that. My previous wives' names were Melinda was my first wife's name, and Candace was my second wife's name. That's why I said about Candace. Um, wow, Elaine, you really went all in on that character. I'm impressed. I didn't know anybody could act so well in chat. Yeah, I think that's, you know, obviously something about me triggers some kind of, probably something rooted in fear, I would guess. I'm not that great at speculating about people's emotional motivations or whatever, but it seems to make sense that if something about me or what I'm saying or doing triggers some kind of fear, then that would kind of explain the hostility a little bit more. Because the thing is, you could explain hostility towards me as a response to my bad behavior if I were behaving badly, if I were using language irresponsibly, if I were being mean, various things. You could say, well, the reason he's hostile towards you is because you earned that hostility with these bad behaviors. But that's definitely not the case here, So, in that instance, yeah, we still lock our doors because of people like that. That's why I lock my doors. Because I've had a number of people make threats, and, fortunately, I am armed, isolated, and behind locked doors. I smoke Marlboro Reds. Marlboro Red shorts. Yeah, safety first, Got to protect myself, my wife. So we keep the doors locked. And in fact, I plan on going by the sheriff's station. I might even do this when I go to town right now and just say, well, no, I think I should go with Rachel with me. But yeah, and as rural as the setting is, I am in a neighborhood where I've got neighbors right there, neighbors across the street. They're definitely armed. They have a sign that says trespassers will be shot. Neighbors over there too. All three of those neighbors could hear us for sure. So, yeah, I wanted to stop by the sheriff's station when I go to town to tell them, hey, I'm a live streamer. I live here in Mariposa. My channel's starting to pick up some steam here. I'm getting a lot of new subscribers. I'm over 10,000. I periodically get some threats. I just want to let you know that we're just live streaming. You can check out the channel if you want to see what we're doing. We're not doing anything except just hanging out and talking to people on the internet. Right. No, I'm not. I'm isolated in the sense that we're back here in this neighborhood, right? And between our neighborhood, which is small, a very small neighborhood, between our neighborhood and any other neighborhood, there's this thing called the Conservancy, which is just it's just basically like national forest, except it's private land, but it's undeveloped, right? And then after that, then the rest of Mariposa neighborhoods kind of blend into each other. So we're separated off like that. But Rachel and I aren't personally separated off. We're in this little community here. Who am I? I'm Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And you are YTube account. So, like when people from other parts of Mariposa come here, like the plumber yesterday, when the house tour people came, one of the ladies said, I felt like I was going to drive off the edge of the earth. There is a homeowners association in name only. There's no fees for it and it has no power. But they do have some rules, but you know. There's another community near us that's passed over on the other side of the Conservancy called Lush Meadows. And they have kind of an active homeowners association. They have 2 lakes within that community that are available to all the people in the community. And they have like community events like at Halloween, no, Christmas. They put up, all the people in the neighborhood put up Christmas decorations, things like that. But they have homeowner association fees too. Well, the only reason I even know there is technically a homeowners association and these rules is because my neighbor Les has complained about how there's no enforcement of the rule that says the houses that are built back here are supposed to look like little cabins. Like this house does not look at all like a little cabin. And he just complains about it to me one day. He wasn't talking about my house even. He was talking about the house next door to his, which is owned by some YouTube influencer, Instagram influencer maybe, I'm not sure. And it just sits vacant. It's this gorgeous, like it looks like a mid-century modern thing, etc. But they used to rent it out for like a bunch a night because it's so fancy. And then they said they didn't like how it was being taken care of by people staying there, so they stopped renting it out. Now it just sits there almost all the time with nobody there. The lady, whoever it is, she may come every once in a while, and I maybe don't notice her coming by, but I should do a collab with them. Yeah, I think maybe Les knows what their name is even. I should ask him again what their name is. See what they say. I could contact them and say, hey, I'm your neighbor here in Mariposa. I just live up on Snyder Ridge instead of Snyder Creek. It's a circle. How old is Winston's mom? 28. I was only there for a bit and missed the result. You guys, I have to go to town. Andai Don Toronto. It's like if I were out of anything but cigarettes, I would just make do. Or just make do until tomorrow. I mean, I can't really take you with me. I could go to town. Once I get close to town, I could start live streaming again. But between here and town, I'm going to have neither internet, Wi-Fi, nor bars. So there's not going to be any live stream driving from here to town. Have I thought about buying a GoPro? I have thought about those things. Well, I mean, we have the best service you can get up here, which is Verizon, has the best bars, but you cannot get it. No, it doesn't matter what you have. There's no bars between here and the Jersey-Dale Ranger Station, at least. You might get bars temporarily at the Jersey-Dale Ranger Station, and then you're not going to get them again until you pass Triangle Road onto Dara Road. Then it'll be spotty all the way almost into town. So, you know, Jen Kim, I have missed you so much. So as a consequence, I'm just going to have to be, I know it's horrible, not being looked at by people for a few minutes. I'm just going to have to tough it out. You know, I am desperate for all of your attention continually, but I'm going to have to just man up, take the needle out of my arm for a second, and go to town. So, you cannot DoorDash me, C. Smith. We have no DoorDash available. Also, no Uber Eats. We can't even get a pizza delivered to us. That's how far out we are. So, um, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go now accordingly. So I actually do this thing that I have to do instead of just complain about it. And I will see you all when I get back. Okay. I love you. Thank you very much for being here. You are my precious friends.